This is not a time to grandstand. We need to be one. We need to be one. So make sure you're holding a sign that reflects what we're talking about here today. Let us now be quiet for a moment for the blessing of the land.
And flows beneath our feet. Feel that Mother Earth pushing you up, lifting you up as it has for our ancestors since time immemorial. My name is Gabrielle Tayak, and I am here to stand with you as our people have through the evils and onslaught of disease that came like a wave across the water and then almost wiped our people out, but we are still here. And we are all still here together. Through the wars that were unleashed, we know that our Mother Earth has suffered, but we are still here, and we are all still here together. Through the ecological destruction that we have all faced, that our people are still on the front lines protecting our waters, we know that we are still here, and we are all still here together. For all of our missing and murdered Indigenous women and relatives, for all of our people that have suffered, we know from this land, this water that flows, feel this air, feel this wind. It is constant, it is current, it is always giving us a breath of life. Take time to breathe and feel this earth beneath our feet as we march on together through time, always, all as one, all my relations. We offer this tobacco together as a blessing that the ancestors that came, that are all the ancestors that are new ancestors too soon because of what the suffering that has happened to us, that our ancestors stand with us and we remember them as they bless us. And they're part of this earth as we are. All my relations, Wanishi, Matakwiyase.
They would come on the stage now and stand together behind Reverend Jackson.
Good morning, Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival. I'm now O'Neill Jackson, Executive Director of the Mass Poor People's Low-Wage Workers Assembly and Moral March on Washington and to the polls. We prepare now for a moral grounding as we receive the blessing of moral grounding from faith leaders across this land. I have the great joy of introducing our dear sister and friend, beloved, the Reverend Dr. Terry Howard Owens, General Minister and President of the Christian Church, Disciples of Christ, officer of the National Council of Churches, and just back from the World Council of Churches in Geneva, Switzerland. She comes today to lead these faith leaders in this moral framing and grounding. Welcome, Reverend Owens.
Today, my friends, faith leaders from so many religious traditions stand in solidarity with those who are impacted by poverty, ecological devastation, militarism, lack of health care, and the distorted narrative of religious nationalism. No matter how you call the holy, all of our sacred texts compel us to create a world in which there is enough for us all. The Poor People's Campaign is a moral call for national revival, a national call to moral revival, and we stand in the tradition of prophets of old as prophets in this time to call our country to account. We cannot simply preach or read from sacred texts and not join with others to demand action. We cannot simply gather in our houses of worship or offer only thoughts and prayers when people all around us are suffering and dying. So now is the time for action. Now is the time to join together as this movement for wholeness and justice. For silence is betrayal of all that we believe and hold dear. To be silent is to make hypocrisy of the faiths we profess. And so now we hear the leaders of our faiths. We join together today as moral leaders from across religious traditions to call the nation to mourn, repent, and reconstruct how it treats poor and low-wealth people.
From across a nation with unprecedented wealth that continues to legislate evil and ignore the least of these.
Thank you, Bishop Buddy. I'm Sheila Katz, CEO of National Council of Jewish Women. Shabbat Shalom. We gather on these streets in the spirit of the prophet Amos, who declared, hate evil and love good and establish justice in the public square.
Good morning. I'm Son Cities, Iya Lorisha Son Cities Efuntayo from Ile Yemu in Brooklyn. Look at me, you might know it also as Santeria tradition, Afro-Cuban. And for today, I would like to share these words. We raise our voices with love and we raise it with lament. We raise it with praise and we raise it with protest. We raise it with truth-telling and we raise it with prophetic witness. Amen and Ashe.
Assalamu alaikum, greetings of peace. Your brother Imam Saf, academic from the Islamic Society of North America. We heed the charge from the Holy Quran. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kunu qawwamina bil qist. O you who have believed, be persistent, standing firm in justice, witnesses for God. Surah An-Nisa, the chapter on the woman, chapter 4, 1 verse 35.
William H. Lamar IV of the African Methodist Episcopal tradition, pastor of the Metropolitan Church here in Washington, D.C. We embody the words of the prophet Isaiah. We learn to do right. We seek justice. We defend the oppressed. We take up the cause of the vulnerable, and we plead the case of the poor. Amen and Ashe.
Namaskaram, my name is Nikhil. I'm here on behalf of Hindus for Human Rights and Sadhana Coalition of Progressive Hindus. We declare truth and love in the name of all that which is holy. God, Allah, Great Spirit, Brahma, and all those too sacred to voice.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Charles Rhodes, the Fellowship of Affirming Ministries. Our sacred teachings insist everybody in and nobody out. And when we lift from the bottom, everybody rises.
Amen. 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 The Reverend Karen Brow, serving at Luther Place Church in Washington, D.C., and Evangelical Lutheran Church in America. God demands justice and fair dealing, reads the Holy Quran.
Shane Claiborne from Red Letter Christians. Jesus says, if we don't care for the least of these, then we don't really love God, and we stand under God's judgment.
Amen. Bernard Richardson, Howard University's Rankin Chapel,
The prophet Micah reminds us, God has told you, O mortal, what is good. But what does the Lord require of you but to do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with your God?
I am Sister Anne-Marie Miller from the Sisters of Mercy of the Americas. And in the Catholic social teaching, the holy words of Deuteronomy are clear. Justice, justice shall you pursue.
Reverend Jimmy Hawkins for the Presbyterian Church USA, the Advocacy Director for the Presbyterian Ministry of the United Nations and the Washington Office of Public Witness. As James' epistle reminds, the workers you have used and abused cry out against the unjust. Their cries have reached the ears of God.
I'm Sandy Sorensen with the United Church of Christ, Washington, D.C. Public Policy Advocacy Office. Therefore, in this world of abundance, not scarcity, we cry out, there is enough for everyone's need. But there is not enough for such corporate greed.
Namaste. Reverend Abhijan Amanchi, Cedar Lane Unitarian Universalist Church in Bethesda and Unitarian Universalist Association. As we cut at the earth, we hurt the spirit that binds us all. When we violate the river, the soil, the mountain and tree, we violate the sources of life that God provided for all, not just a select few.
Joyce Ajluni from the American Friends Service Committee. We are the Quakers. We lament a nation addicted to a war economy. Too many in the nation's seats of power are guided by domination, violence, and division. And we yearn a nation and a world guided by love, by justice and unity.
Reverend Adam Russell Taylor, President of Sojourners. We're an ecumenical Christian organization committed to peace and justice. We join together in prayer for the entire world with our hearts and our feet.
I'm Frederick Douglass Haynes III, Senior Pastor of Friendship West Baptist Church in Dallas, Texas, co-chair of the Samuel DeWitt Proctor Conference. In the face of systemic racism, we declare that silence is betrayal. In the face of poverty, we declare that silence is betrayal. In the face of ecological devastation, we declare that silence is betrayal. In the face of militarism and a war-based economy, we declare that silence is betrayal. In the face of a lack of health care, we declare that silence is betrayal. In the face of a distorted moral narrative of religious nationalism, we declare that silence is betrayal. In the face of death because of poverty, silence is betrayal.
Reverend Mava Jonas, United Church of Christ, I bring greetings as the chaplain of Goucher College in Baltimore, Maryland. From the truth of our humanity,
and born from the lips of our many prophets, teachers, and sages, we solemnly commit to doing justice, to loving one another, and to striving until victory is ours.
Reverend Dolimar Lebron Malavé, the United Methodist Church, representing the People's Church in East Harlem, New York, and Associate Director of IFCO Pastors for Peace. Today we pray for the elders that are still with us, for the children birthed in this movement now. We pray to the Holy One and to the ones of infinite name and reach.
Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. Zeh hayom asa Adonai nagila v'nismecha bo. This is a beautiful day, Bishop Barber. You love it when I do the Hebrew. It's a day that God has given us because the God who is above is here with us on earth with the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival. We, all of us faith leaders, like the ones before us, are now the ones that we have been waiting for. We will raise our cry and we will call for change because nothing less would be a betrayal of our sacred commitment. Let us all say, Amen. Shabbat Shalom.
Let us all say amen. Let us all say shalom. Let us all say assalamu alaikum. Let us all say thank you. And now at this time, there's a powerful group of young people who said, listen, we don't want to be on the side of the movement, we're in the movement, and they are coming with a special trauma presentation, Let America Be America Again. Give it up for them. Let's celebrate everybody. And I should have said something not so young, they're just young in spirit. Those are the marshals. Would you make sure that the band in the back ceases to play so that it won't infect what's going on here? Those marshals in the back, tell them we have one band on stage. Amen. Let's go.
Be America again. Let it be the dream it used to be. Let it be the pioneer on the plane, seeking a home where we all are free. America never was America to me.
I am the poor white, fooled and pushed apart.
I am the young black man bearing slavery scars.
I am the woman driven from the land.
I am the people, humble, hungry, mean.
I am the Negro servant to you all. The same old stupid plan of dog eat dog, of mighty crush the weak.
Of owning everything for one's own greed, of profit, power, gain, of grab the land.
I am the man who never got ahead. Come on, people.
the woman who sailed the early seas, who left Ireland's shore and Poland's plain and England's grassy lea in search of a home.
To build, torn from black Africa's strand, I came to build a homeland of the free.
Who said free? Not me. Surely not me. Was the millions on relief today? The millions shot down? The millions that have nothing for our pay? For all the dreams we've dreamed and all the songs we've sung, all the hope we've held and all the flags we've hung. The millions who have nothing except the dream that's almost dead today.
Oh, let America be America again. The land that never has been yet, yes, must be. The land where every woman and every man is free. The land that's mine, the poor man's, the Indian, the black, me. We are America. The collective sweat and blood, whose faith and pain, whose hands at the foundry, who plows the rain, we must bring back our mighty dream again.
Thank you so much for the team. Let's give it up for them. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now we want to ask everybody that has a sign, if you would bring it down so people can see in front of you. We want to be one people. Get a placard. Lay the signs on the ground, please. All the way back. We want to see all the faces. They want to see all the faces. People can't.
Acérquense, queremos verlos. Si tienen carteles, déjenlos en el suelo. Por favor, bajen los carteles. Kansas, menos los carteles de los estados. Si tiene un cartel de un estado, lo puede levantar. Todos vamos a levantar los carteles cuando yo indique. Ahora, si tiene un cartel pequeño, por favor que lo levante para que todo el mundo lo pueda ver. Eso es lo que queremos que vea la gente. Pero hay carteles grandes detrás. ¿Me escuchan? Queremos que los carteles grandes que los bajen y por favor que agarren un cartel pequeño. Y este grupo musical tiene más de 50 personas pobres que están luchando, que están cantando. Y tenemos un coro sobre el movimiento encabezado por el doctor Bell, Freddie Green y los miembros del grupo musical. Un poco de ritmo, por favor.
Oh, look at the people. Oh, look at the people. Oh, look at the people. 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 Look at all the people they deny. Look at the people. Look at the people. Look at the people. Look at all the people they deny. Just look. Look at all the people living in shame. Look at all the people they deny. Just look. They're tired and homeless and very ashamed. Look at all the people they deny. Just look. Look at all the people they deny. Just look. Look at all the people they deny. Look at the people. Look at the people. Look at the people. Look at all the people they Look at the people deny. Look at the people they deny. Look at the people deny. Look at the people they deny. We the people they deny. We the people they deny. We're the people they deny. We're the people they deny.
Somebody shout, look at us! If you're in a movement, you never act like you're the first one to start something.
Somos parte del movimiento. Estamos haciendo algo que nadie hizo. Estamos conectando al movimiento. Estamos conectando al movimiento con la llama simbólica de conectar los movimientos del pasado con los movimientos de ahora. Ahora, Reverendo Johnson y su mujer. Jóvenes y mayores, miren a la luz, compartamos la luz. Soy el Reverendo Johnson, tengo 79 años y todavía estoy trabajando, somos personas mayores. Somos personas mayores del sur, del norte, somos personas mayores de todo Estados Unidos. Traemos la tradición de la lucha. Un movimiento fantástico de los 30, de los 40, de los 50, de los 60. Vamos a mirar a la luz. Jóvenes y mayores, jóvenes y mayores. Yo me llamo Abigail Mosley de Cleveland, Ohio, y estoy muy contenta de estar aquí con todos ustedes. Muy contenta. De Maine a Miami, desde el oeste, California, a Washington, D.C. Somos la generación X, Y, Z y mucho más allá. Nosotros nos apoyamos en el movimiento de liberación negro y también hemos creado el movimiento de que las vidas negras importan. Black Lives Matter. Yo tengo 75 años. Los mayores traemos las tradiciones de la tradición de la lucha. Los panteras negras, la hermandad.
We bring to you the fierce determination of that elderly sister from the Montgomery bus boycott in 1955, who after walking for months declared that my feet is tired,
Amen. Amen.
but my soul is happy.
Amen.
Lift up the light, share the light. Elders, youth, elder, youth.
My name is Nelson Johnson. I am 13 years old. We youth bring a broad and growing diversity in these new days. We will bring new ways, always respecting that way over which we have come, watered with the blood of our mothers and fathers. We will stretch across systems and culturally imposed lines of division as we strive to build a more powerful people's unity that can shape these United States and build a more perfect union. Lift up the light, sharing the light. Elders, youth, elders, youth, elders, elders,
remember those movements, let us be reminded that people cost their lives. But it never stole our joy. We weren't always happy, but we always kept the joy. And so because many of you, even as you come here today to share your pain, and you've been through so much, we want to take a moment and I want to ask you, whatever you need to do in your own way to be thankful to God, thankful to the divine spirit of the universe. But in this moment, we want to take a moment to say, for every mountain, for every mountain, for every racism, for every hurt, for every injustice that God ever brought us through, we will always give God praise.
Got so much to thank God for. So many wonderful blessings and so many open doors of brand new mercy. That's why I praise you for this. I give you praise. For waking me up this morning, praise you. For starting me on my way, praise you. For letting me see the sunshine of a brand new day. I want to thank you for all the blessings you give to me each day. That's why that's why I praise you. For this I give you praise. God, Jehovah Jireh, I praise you. Lord, you cannot provide. I praise you. So many times you met my need. Oh, and so many times you rescued me. And I want to thank you for all the blessings you give to me each day. That's why I praise. That's why I praise you. For this I give you every mountain. For every child you see me through. For every blessing, hallelujah.
are going to continue our spiritual grounding. We are going to enter into our spiritual grounding, where we welcome Dr. Winsler Nosey, former chairman of the San Carlos Apache Tribe and founder of the Apache Stronghold.
Let me get it for 10 seconds. And just holler like you know you come through many mountains.
First, I want to thank all of you for being here today. I want to thank Reverend Barbara, Reverend Liz, and all of the Poor People's Campaign. Thank you so much. It's been over 500 years since our voices haven't been heard. And the only way we're going to do this is we come together. We need you as much as you need us, the first people of this country. Let me say this. There are those political issues that we face together that has harmed our people. Then there's the religious issue that I bring forward. In so many ways, we talk about what's really important. Well, one of the things that's so crucial to us is what colonization and capitalism has done to our people. So coming from the first people perspective, we've seen how it dismantles people's belief, people's spirit. I really want to thank the Poor People's Campaign who have come to Arizona to sit on this sacred mountain, these holy mountains, to have a conversation with the deities that God put here on this side of the world. No different than the other side. What our people say is that in the beginning, when Lucifer that you know of was on the other side of the world, he came on this side of the world. But on this side of the world, the native people had one drum, one prayer, so he felt us. So in this gathering that we put together today requires us all together to come as one. Because in one prayer, we'll be able to handle the problems that we have. Because that problem comes from us individually. What creates evil? So it's going to take all of us to come together. The importance of Mother Earth, the land, the water. In Arizona, water is being depleted. Congress is exempting foreign mining companies of all federal laws. This is the consequences that we face. So what our people say is that we are fighting the oldest evil. So in coming here today and talking with you is that it's a reminder that this march that you make, this work that you do has to be committed to the spiritual way, because that's one battle we have not used and we have to use to conquer this place here. People tell me when I come to DC, when we elect these people, they're good people, but when they get here, something happens to them. So they tell me, Mr. Nosey, we have to come together and fight the oldest evil. So that not only comes from our people, it comes from the entire people. So this movement is ready, but we have to be personally ready. From there, it's a personal journey to a sacred unity. So on behalf of the Native people across this country who are coming together spiritually, we pray and are with you in this journey, but we must keep it spiritually. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Lord.
Thank you from our brothers and sisters, First Nation. Now, my brothers and sisters, we thank God and we praise for the mountains, but we also are required to know what it is that the Lord requires, because our praise can't be empty. We have work to do. Look at the screen as Yara Allen sings an original song of the movement. What does the Lord require? And look at the faces and the people. You, yourselves.
to do justly, love, mercy, walk humbly with God. Woe, woe unto thee, who issue oppressive decrees. They should do justly, love, mercy, walk humbly with God. What does the Lord require of thee? What does the Lord require of thee? But to do justly, love, mercy, walk humbly with your God.
Movement, followed by Bishop Barber giving us our call to purpose. Let us hear the voices.
At one time, poverty was a temporary condition. You were on a down, you could bounce back up. We can't bounce back up today. It's permanent. We're not going back to the factory and building cars and trucks like we once did.
I worked 41 years in the coal mines. I have black lung, and it's just unfathomable what these poor coal miners have to go through in order to get what they have worked for and deserve.
I want to tell you about my daughter, Venus. Venus started her journey about 14 months before she was diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer. Having no primary care doctor and no medical insurance, Venus visited the emergency room in Montgomery so many times that we lost count. Venus had to wait to be approved for every medical procedure she received and was waiting for approval for a CAT scan when she relapsed into a coma, and she finally got the CAT scan that she needed, and they found 2 tumors in her brain. One had ruptured. The next day, we gathered around Venus to say our goodbyes, and we unplugged 2, and Venus died. No parent should have, in America, should have to bury their child for lack of medical space. No person should be denied medical care because they don't carry a plastic card.
I'm a Vietnam veteran. I was raised poor. My only chance of going to college was joining the Army.
Now, I'm also a Kansas farmer's wife. Kansas farmers are committing suicide at a far greater rate than the national average.
I'm the one of the many faces representing homelessness and poverty here in New York State. There are many others like me that sleeping in shelters every night, thousands like us that can't afford to find low-income housing. We live in one of the richest countries in the world, and yet people are homeless. People are not poor because they're lazy and they don't want to work. People are poor because our government is depriving us of living wages, health care, and public assistance. That ain't right.
I'm 46 years old. I've lived in poverty here in West Virginia every day of my life. And I'm working. I am working poor with a bachelor's degree. I'm doing the best I can with what I have.
Hi, my name is Pamela Rich. I'm from Lowndes County, Alabama. And I live in a mobile home with my 2 kids. They charged me over $114,000 on a mobile home. They're falling apart. And then all animals coming in my house. Possum. They're trapped by 4 possums in my house. Cats and stuff. And I got raw sewage. I don't have no money on possum. And I have to travel back and forth to Birmingham to take my daughter with the CPAP machine. Don't have a car and don't have no way to take her. And then we have a high utility bill, and the trailer don't hold no air and stuff in it, so it just, the power bill, I couldn't buy my children stuff for what they need.
We are demanding that we stop the war on our poor.
Our brothers and sisters are sleeping on the streets. For a country this rich to have so many people poor, it's immoral and it's wrong.
Our backs are against the wall and we got no choice but to push.
More than 100,000 people are in these streets and on the way. Buses are still coming. Millions have joined us online. Pamela, however, is not here. She died because of poverty and the denial of health care in COVID. But today, joined by these young people who have promised that no matter what happens to us, they will not let this movement go. On this land where our First Nation brothers and sisters lived free. We come here from every corner because there are unnecessarily 140 poor and low-wealth people in this country. That's 43% of the nation, 52% of our children, 66 million white people, 26 million black people, 60.9% of black people, 68% of Latinos and natives, and more than 60% of Asians who are entangled in the unjust weeds of poverty and bound up by the interlocking realities of systemic racism, voter suppression, refusal to pay a living minimum wage, bad tax policy, ecological devastation, denial of health care, inequitable educational opportunity, the war economy, and the false moral narrative of religious nationalism. Here we are today. This level of poverty and greed in this, the richest nation in the history of the world, constitutes a moral crisis and a fundamental failure of the policies of greed. These numbers and interlocking injustices are not just about debates between right and left and moderate, No, this language and categories are too puny for what we face. They represent a crisis of democracy, a shared failure to center poor and low-wealth people, the very people who are the greatest moral leaders and survivors in our society and the true bellwether of our well-being. But there is something else that is even more grotesque. The regressive policies which produce 140 million poor and low-wealth people are not benign. They are forms of policy murder. We know that prior to the pandemic, poor people died at a rate of 700 people a day, 250,000 a year. Poor people have been 2 to 5 times more likely to die from COVID during this pandemic so far. And we know this can't simply be explained away by vaccination results. It's related to the discrimination in our policies toward poor and low-wealth people. On Monday of this week, the National Academy of Science said more than 330,000 lives could have been saved during the pandemic if we had simply had a policy of universal health care for all people. A policy which is a human right that should never be connected to your job, but always connected to your humanity. Because many of the people you see here today know these realities, know this pain, this injustice, and this death from personal experience. We knew that we must gather here. We must have, over and over again, a moral meeting in these streets. We are not unlike our forerunners who sought to mend every flaw of this nation. The abolitionists, those who fought against lynching, those who have stood for families, those who have stood for labor rights, those who have stood for civil rights and women's rights and LGBTQ rights and the right for women to control their own bodies, those who have stood for peace in the time of war, those who have demanded that children be treated right, and those who have demanded just immigration policies in a nation full of immigrants. All of these people have come to these same streets to openly expose the moral crises throughout our history. This sacred moral procession has been required at various points in our history to exorcise the demons of greed and hate and racism in our society. They have all recognized that there comes a time we must have a moral meeting, and such is this moment now. This is why we are here, and we won't be silent anymore. We come to this mass poor people's low-wage workers assembly and moral march on Washington and to the polls because we must meet this moment. We must meet in the streets. We must meet at the ballot box. We must meet at the political suites of this nation. We have to cry loud from the pulpits and the public square. And we know we're on solid ground from which to raise our critique. Our great moral and constitutional traditions, they give us solid ground to declare that we must establish justice and ensure equal protection under the law for all people. We know that when the nation is moving away from the principles of life, liberty, justice, the pursuit of happiness for all people, and there's been a long train of abuses, and the nation has become more profitable for a few and less perfect for others, we must correct the nation, and we can't be silent anymore. We know that our greatest moral traditions in Scripture call us to stand up, call us to mourn and refuse to be quiet. Is it not Isaiah that said, "Woe unto those who legislate evil and rob the poor of their rights and make women and children their prey. Holy Scripture from every place calls us to repentance in a time of crisis. From Amos to Isaiah to the Gospels of Jesus, we are told we must gather a remnant of people who are willing to cry in the public square. We know that there are moments when in the anointing, we must declare good news to the poor and recovery of sight to the blind. We must remind every nation that no matter how great she claims her gross domestic product is, or how powerful her military is, every nation is under divine judgment until they fully care and fully love for the least of these, the hungry, the outcast, and the left out. And we know that every religious tradition, from Judaism to Islam to Unitarianism, not only believe the divine moral of the universe exists, but moves us by the Spirit to bend the moral law with the weight of our nonviolent actions. Today, make no mistake, America, we are determined to bend the moral law right here once again in America. We are resolved not to stop until we no longer have to fight. We are resolved not to stop until we no longer have breath to breathe or strength to give. We are the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival. And together with our allies, we won't be silent anymore. We are not here to beg, but to demand. What we're demanding is not radical, it's simply right. We've come to put a face and a voice on these numbers of poverty to show that behind them, inside them, are real people and real lives. They are us. We are them. And we won't be silent anymore. The very fact that these realities exist means, Dr. West, that we are engaged in a moment that is constitutionally inconsistent, morally indefensible, politically insensitive, economically insane. As the great prophet of the Harlem Renaissance declared, we must take back our mighty land again. America has never been America to me, but we swear this oath that America will be. We must say with our bodies, with our voices, with our organizing, with our preaching, with our standing, even with our suffering and our sacrifices, that we won't be silent or unseen or unheard anymore. As long as there are 140 million poor and low-wealth people in this country, and we know it doesn't have to be this way, we won't be silent anymore. As long as there are 87 million people who are uninsured or underinsured, and everybody in the Congress gets free health insurance while they vote against us to have the same thing, we won't be silent anymore. As long as caving to the lobbying of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, 49 Republicans and 2 Democrats refused to vote fairly and denied 32 million people just last year a $15 an hour minimum living wage, we won't be silent anymore. As long as we know this nation will never really deal with inflation and recession until she does right by the poor and low wealth of this country. As long as we have the hypocrites and their audacity to call people essential workers during the pandemic and then treat them like they're expendable when it comes to health care and wages. As long as 2 Democrats and 4 Republicans block child income tax credits, lift folk up for a few months out of poverty, and then drop them right back to hell in poverty, we won't be silent anymore. As long as people keep asking, how much will it cost? Rather than ask the real cost question, how much does it cost for things to stay like they are? As long as there are the lies of scarcity and the lies we don't know what to do, as long as we have the stealing of native lands and unjust immigration, as long as your health and your income can be determined by who you love, as long as people go to bed hungry, as long as millions of our neighbors are homeless or facing homelessness, as long as 4 million people can get up every morning and buy unleaded gas and can't buy unleaded water, as long as our military spends twice as much as Iran, Iraq, Russia, and North Korea combined, and we know that just 10% of that bloated military budget could provide health care and public education, we won't be silent anymore. As long as 55 million people are facing voter suppression, let us be clear, we are not simply here for a day. This assembly is to declare the full commitment of a fusion coalition. If you didn't know America, you better ask somebody. We are black, we are brown, we are native, we are Latino, we are Asian, we're young, we're old, we're gay, we're straight, we're trans, we're independent, we're from California to the Carolinas, from Massachusetts to Mississippi, from Georgia to the Great Lakes, from the Apache lands to Alabama to Appalachia, from Montana to Missouri, from Alaska to Arkansas, and we ain't going nowhere. Now is the time for a third Reconstruction. We are the rejected who've been rejected by the politics of trickle-down economics and rejected by neoliberalism. 150 years ago, black and poor whites built the first Reconstruction. Over 50 years ago, black and white people and Latinos joined people of faith and followed the prophetic servant leader, Martin Luther King, and took on racism, poverty, and militarism, and a second Reconstruction. But now is our time for a third Reconstruction. We are not an insurrection, but we are a resurrection. And this is the day that the Lord hath made. This is the day that the stones that the builders rejected are coming together to be the cornerstone of a new reality. And so make no mistake, from the State House to the Congress to the White House, this is no one day on and one day off. This is a movement until children are protected, until sick folk are healed, until low-wage workers are paid, until immigrants are treated fairly, until affordable houses are provided, until the atmosphere, the land, and the water are protected, until saving the world and diplomacy and living in peace is more important than blowing up the world. We won't be silent anymore. If we've got to march, we'll march. If we've got to engage in nonviolent direct action, we'll engage. If we've got to build more attention with the media, we'll do it. If we have to ask workers to make election day a labor strike day, as long as God is love, as long as politicians are hurting the people that God wants healed, we say to America, you have made a promise. One nation, under God, indivisible, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. What a day! What a day! That will be. But until then, this promise is non-negotiable, and we won't be silent or unseen or unheard anymore. For the next 50 minutes, we are going to hear from the greatest moral leaders and survivors of this country, impacted people. We have coming to the stage Mark Deming from Wisconsin. They're all coming together. Then Pam Garrison from West Virginia. And then Linda Burns from Alabama. Kenya Alcacer from California. And to respond to tell America why she must listen to these people is none other than our national co-chair, the mighty Reverend Dr. Liz Theo Harris. Would you all come? No. as we stand together, if you will notice at this podium, nobody ever stands by themselves.
Forward together. Forward together. Do away to Bushu and do away Magna Duke. Not away Benezi and Dishnakas, the main do them. Honor Schnabe, Omenomene, Klenape, Delaware, Mohikanak, French, English, and now. Neopit in Donjaba. Mark Denning, Wisconsin. Three Fires, Medewan Lodge. Our way is the way of the heart. Tomorrow is Father's Day. And to all the fathers that have lost their children, I grieve with you. We have lost all three of our children to suicide and pain and killing drugs. Our children should have been given a fighting chance had they gotten the mental health care we all deserve. Our first son, a law school graduate, the first to leave us. It was only 33 days later, his sister, a junior at UW-Madison, Wisconsin, completed her suicide. When she went for help, she was turned away. Too many visits, Isabel. Their surviving brother spoke in front of her casket and said this: "By standing here, I feel like I am betraying them." 2 years later, death clothed in an uncaring world, the loneliness of the spirit, unresolved grief aided by opioids before the fentanyl set in. His note written to us, his parents, said, "Sorry for the mess." Jesus. There should have been crime scene tape around every one of their bodies. There should be crime scene tape around every one of our children's bodies that fall in the streets. When the destroyer came to our lands from across the ocean, he wore faces of disease, war, starvation, dispossession, enslavement, boarding schools, trafficking of our young. He lives here still. The destroyer lives here still. 1 in 3 of us as Native people live in poverty. The suicides of our young. Since 1999, suicide is up 71% for our men, 139% for our women. I am enraged by the injustice of a healthcare system that does not care.
That's right, that's right.
For our children.
That's right.
To remember them is to love them.
That's right.
Happy Father's Day. Forward together.
Not one step back.
Forward together.
Not one step back.
Out.
Yes, sir, my brother. Love you, Mark.
Hello, I'm Pam Garrison, Tri-Chair of the West Virginia Poor People's Campaign. I stand here with righteous anger. I stand here as one of the 140 million poor, low-wage workers. I've worked 2 and 3 jobs my whole life. I stand here with the spirit of Fannie Lou Hamer. We mourned our dead last night. Those of y'all that came and helped and joined us online and in person, we mourned our dead. Well, it's time that we fight like hell for our living now. Hey, you are my people. I want to tell you what they stole from me. Just one thing they stole from me. They stole my motherhood. They stole my children's childhood. My children, the memories they have of me growing up. And you know everybody remembers your childhood if you don't remember nothing. I'm absent in my kids' memories. They remember Mom always working. They don't remember me there helping homework. They don't remember me putting them to bed. because I was trying to keep a roof over their head and food on the table and a pair of shoes on their feet. And no matter how hard I worked,
That's it.
no matter how hard, it was never enough. And now I have to live, my daughters are grown, with me absent in their minds. And that breaks my heart and kills me. And that's something they can't give me back. And I don't want any more mothers and fathers to hear this when your children are grown.
All right, Mom.
That they don't remember you there. I gotta tell you, this is a declaration. This ain't the ending. This is the beginning.
That's right.
And I got news for them. If you're standing in our way, you better pack your bags. We are going to hold you accountable. We are told in our Constitution that is our job, to hold them accountable.
That's right. That's right.
When they take and steal your baby's milk, won't even pass enough money to bring your baby some milk, remember them. Don't forget.
Don't forget.
Don't forget. And you help me work for these elections, and we're going to put people in there that don't represent us.
Yes. Give it up for Pam Morrison.
We won't be silent anymore.
That's it.
Hello, everybody. Y'all ready to fight? I came here to fight today. I'm from Birmingham, Alabama. My name is Linda Burns. And I will tell you about these poor working conditions. I'm hurt now. I'm injured from working like a robot. This arm right here, I'm not stopping. I told them last year, if I got to go to New York, D.C., California, Georgia, I'm coming. Because I'm not stopping, period. I was in Amazon working. I was curious to see how y'all get these packages so fast. Once I got in there, I was like, woo, they gave us hazardous pay. They took it back. They took it back a month. I started at the beginning of the pandemic. They took it back. We started unionizing thereafter. I got in there. It was so hot. We complained and complained and complained. They didn't do nothing. They put fans in there. Remind you, it's the beginning of the pandemic. They didn't do much stir up the pandemic, stir up the corona. I got corona. I was off for 3 weeks. They only paid me for 2 weeks. Go back to work. That's what they told me. Go back to work. Yes. Okay. I try to go to the bathroom. We working 10 to 12 hours. They timing us to go to the bathroom. They pretty much telling us we cannot go to the bathroom. If I leave my machine, it's gonna time me. Mind you, that Amazon is about 15 football fields long. They only have 2 bathrooms. 2. You go to the bathroom, they timing you. When you get back, you got a message across the screen from HR. I'm like, what's going on? That's like, you was away from your machine 20 minutes. I said, I went to the bathroom. I can't go to the bathroom? Pretty much they told me I can't go to the bathroom. You fired. Yes, they fire you for being off your machine. They call it TOT. That's time on task. That's why I'm here. I'm not giving up. That's why I'm here to fight. I need everybody. Everybody. We're going to do this. That's why I came from Alabama. We're going to do this. They tried to fire me on medical leave. I had
Give it up, my dear sister.
last year.
Give it up.
I had a surgery last year on this arm. Guess what? I had another surgery in March
Give it up
this
for my
year.
sister so we can have our next sister to
It's
come.
still not well. That's why I'm ready. Regardless of your race or nationality, we're going to fight.
All right. God bless you.
together. My name is Kenny Alcocer. I'm with Unión de Vecinos and the Los Angeles Tenants Union. I am here today representing the California Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival. On Tuesday, June 14th, we got on a bus to be here with y'all today. Being here today was our duty, for on this bus, we are bringing with us our dead, 92,085 who have died from COVID. We are bringing 2.6 million undocumented folks from California, 18,000 immigrants that are on the border from Central America and Haiti that are seeking asylum. We are bringing the more than 1.5 million tenants that were not able to pay their rent and are facing evictions. We are bringing the more than 161,000 homeless folks in our communities. We are here today because we see that in Los Angeles and in this nation, there is no political will to finish poverty, systemic racism, ecological devastation, or the war economy. We are here to demand housing for all, rent forgiveness, adequate health care for all, a living wage with benefits, access to affordable and healthy food, to abolish ICE, to abolish the police. We are here to protect voting rights. We are here to fight for immigration reform. We are here. We are the poor and dispossessed, and we are here.
Yes.
We are here to say, solo el pueblo salva al pueblo. We are here, we are saying we will not be silenced anymore.
Yes. Stay up here with Liz. Stay up here. Nobody stands alone. Get close to it.
Somebody's been hurting our people. It's gone on far too long, and we won't be silent anymore. Now, Washington, D.C., these yet-to-be United States, it does not have to be this way. This is not as good as it gets, America. Poverty is not inevitable. We cannot accept abandonment amidst abundance. And we will not go back to normal or business as usual, because normal is the stories we just heard. Normal is 140 million poor and low income. Normal is 700 people dying every day from poverty. Instead, our call, our response is fight poverty, not the poor.
That's right.
Fight poverty,
not the poor.
Fight poverty,
not the poor.
Our charge is to take away our poverty, not our children. Take away our poverty, not our children. We must proclaim everybody's got a right to live. Everybody's got a right to live. Everybody in, nobody out. Everybody in, nobody out. And we must show this nation that when we lift from the bottom, everybody rises. Because that is who we are. We're the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival, a moral fusion movement of the poor and activists and all who will not stand for death, denial of health care, suppression of our votes, and everything of injustice that we're experiencing. We're here responding to these stories, lifting up the truth of our nation, putting faces and voices on immense injustice, but showing also where our hope really is. Hope comes from the bottom, from those
those most directly impacted by the profound evils of America. It's the poor. It's the low wage. It's the locked up, looked over, and left out. It's those excluded and exploited who are the very social force who can change this society. Unsettle our complacency, organize a third reconstruction, and fully address poverty and low wages from the bottom up. So yes, America, we're here. We're poor. We're not going anywhere. We have come together. We will stay together. We will transform this nation from the bottom up.
Yes,
we'll break through that lie that poverty and death are the will of God. We'll break through that lie that some lives are more precious than others, that it's impossible for us to unite and organize, or that the rich and powerful are coming to save us. Because when we cry justice, when we cry power, when we organize from the grassroots, when we take bold action, it can be done.
Yes,
Sí se puede. Forward together.
Not one step back.
Forward together.
Not one step back.
Forward together.
Not one step back. Give it up. Coming to the stage now from Washington, David Lee. From Massachusetts, Minister Savina Mark. From Georgia, Jamila Hill. And responding to these stories, none other than the Reverend Dr. Bernice King at this time. Would you all invite them all as they come?
Forward together. My name is David Lee. I'm a Korean American immigrant, and I've been a substitute teacher for 8 years. And I'm currently a graduate student at Seattle University. Growing up, hearing the words alien, illegal, or go back to where you came from made me feel unwelcome in the United States. My parents, with English being their second language, also faced many discriminations in the United States. After 20 long years, my parents finally became a naturalized U.S. citizen. But even with their citizenship, my parents continue to struggle today. My father is 64 years old and is a sign builder with a meniscus tear on his knees. But because of our poor healthcare system, he has not been able to get his knees properly treated. My mother is 57 years old and works as a caregiver to assist with the bills. But because of my parents' financial debt, I do not know when they will be able to retire. Also, with the recent rise in Asian hate crimes, I have realized that regardless of my parents' immigration status, they are not safe in the United States. In response, I have heard our government advocate for the AAPI community. As a Korean American immigrant, I want to say to our leaders in government, true advocacy for the AAPI community begins by not only addressing the hate crimes, but by providing mental health resources and universal health care for poor and working class people. Student loan forgiveness for students like me who would like to pursue their dreams without being in debt. Finally, as a teacher, I want a better future and planet for our children by addressing gun violence and working together to solving our climate crisis. We are the Poor People's Campaign. We won't be silent anymore. We won't be silent anymore.
I'm Sabina Martin from Roxbury, Massachusetts. Poverty-related issue led me to this fight. It's a shame that in the richest nation I experienced social domestic violence of poverty. I served in the military. I had to fight years for my military benefits. In Massachusetts, we have over 85,000 veterans that have incomes below $35,000. This is the war on the poor. Domestic tranquility is not being secured. I felt cheated, thinking how this country would rather appropriate funds for national defense, having the power to declare war instead of providing funds to lift the load of systemic poverty. And this is wrong. A visible expression of homelessness or poverty is homelessness. That's not promoting the general welfare. It's promoting poverty. While the rich have a winter mansion and a summer home, I have no home. This is social violence in every form. No house, no health, and no hope equals death in the streets. The rich continue to exploit the poor. Unfair housing policies lock us out of affordable apartments. Rents are high and wages are too low.
Teach him.
We need to cancel the rents. This is why we are fighting. We may be homeless, but we are not helpless. This is why I am in this movement, the Poor People's Campaign. We are the hope of tomorrow. I am one of the 140 million. While vacant high-rise buildings sit empty, stomachs are empty. Where is the security and blessings of liberty, I ask? How can we go to church on Sunday and walk over a homeless person on Monday? No! We are the workers, and we are the people that built this country, and this is ours, and we won't be silent anymore.
Thank you, Sabina.
Forward together. My name is Jamel Hill, and I'm from Georgia, and I want to talk about the promised land. Abraham and Martin heard the voice of God directing them and listened. Between that time, our founding fathers dreamt of a promised land, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And while we may have crossed into the promised land, now is the time to do more. Like our forefathers, the work is not done after crossing, and now is the time to subdue. To overcome poverty and systemic racism, to bring under control the trauma afflicted on our children, as almost 50% of children in Georgia are born and raised in poverty. In Georgia, almost half of our children grow up worried, unhappy, frustrated, and anxious. There are few opportunities, but an abundance of feelings of worthlessness and hopelessness. Our children are born without hope. Our children are bullied and judged. They don't get to go on school trips, but they do get to go home every day to gun violence. Overcrowded homes that offer no safe place to do homework or play. Our children are often embarrassed. They lack education and they inherit poverty. We have health issues. We are exploited for labor while we suffer from inflation and lack an ability to invest. We suffer from corruption, disease, insufficiencies, terrorism, high crime, mental illness, starvation, and drug abuse. Here in America, where we have the worst poverty rates out of the world's top 25 economies, we have the working poor who cannot afford health care or are not offered health care. In Georgia, we have poorly funded, understaffed volunteer medical clinics for those that work 40-plus hours every week, but aren't offered health care. We have homeless people paying $1,500 a month for Airbnbs, while others have homes with no lights, no waters, tin roofs, held down by cinder blocks, molded walls, and floors. The working poor who cannot afford a set of 4 new tires without robbing Peter to pay Paul. The working poor who, if the AC, fridge, or stove goes out, we can't afford to buy another. While the rich vacation in their second, third, and fourth homes, we just want to be able to go to the grocery stores. We just want to provide a nutritious meal to our family. But fruit is $15, a salad is $15, and food is $10, and minimum wage is only $7. Y'all, we won't be silent anymore.
That's it. Let us welcome Reverend Dr. Bernice King to respond and say to America why we must listen to these voices.
Forward together. 54 years ago, my father launched the Poor People's Campaign to revolutionize the economic landscape of our nation. Unfortunately, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. did not live long enough to see it come to fruition. However, on June 19, 1968, my mother, Coretta Scott King, was here in our nation's capital during the initial Poor People's Campaign to deliver a very powerful message on poverty. She stated, and I quote, "Too long we suffered pious platitudes and made faulty promises to our less fortunate." She made the appeal that poverty is not only a long-standing evil of this nation, but an actual act of violence against the dignity, livelihood, and humanity of its citizens. 54 years later, poverty still has a grip on the soul of our nation. So today, as a bearer of my parents' legacy, and as the CEO of the King Center, I join in solidarity with the chorus of voices that say we won't be silent anymore. Thank you, Reverend Barbara, and thank you, Reverend Theo Harris, for helping to keep this part of my father and mother's legacy alive. And thank you for keeping the movement going. Today, we are here to awaken the conscience of the citizens of this nation. We're calling upon those who have ears to hear, tongues to speak, and hearts to respond, to join the movement to rid this nation of the evil and violence of poverty. You have heard the real stories of those who suffered the injustices of our nation. A nation that refuses to open their eyes to the inhumane realities of poverty. A violation of the dignity, worth, and value of people who are made in the image of God and after God's likeness. As we listen to these voices, we can attest to the reality that poverty in all of its forms is violence. We have a moral responsibility to speak up, to stand up, to show up, and never shut up until all of our brothers and sisters can rise from the shackles of oppression, depression, suppression, and the real violence of poverty, until they are set free to live with the dignity of a livable wage, humane living conditions, just working conditions, access to affordable health care and housing, and the freedom to participate in government, the freedom to prosper in life, and the freedom to peacefully coexist. When I was growing up, my mother used to always remind me and my siblings that somebody has to cut off the chain of violence. Well, I'm asking all people of goodwill and conscience to join us in cutting off this chain of the violence of poverty. I'm asking all citizens, power brokers, and politicians of this nation to pledge their voices and their work toward the elimination of poverty. For those who would argue that there is a deficit of human resources, my response is absolutely not. The deficit is in the human will. 54 years ago, when my father launched the Poor People's Campaign, he called for a revolution of values and a radical redistribution of wealth. I make that same call to our nation today. And do not be fooled into thinking that the issue of poverty is someone else's problem. As my father said, we are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. What affects one directly affects all indirectly. Have you considered how the existence of poverty in our nation affects all indirectly? Think about it. The last time I checked, the least of these is quickly turning into the most of these. If the current economic crises or my sisters and brothers' stories today haven't put you on notice, let me inform all people of goodwill, even those that believe they are exempt from this epidemic, that poverty won't stop at low-income workers. Poverty won't stop at the suburban middle class. Poverty won't even stop with the business owners and business executives. Poverty is a system that will continue to consume more and more people, beget more violence, disenfranchise millions, and leave even more underserved until our nation and our people commit to creating the beloved community to dismantle it. And it's going to take all of us to do our part to make this happen. We must work from several different angles. While there are those in our society who are turning a blind eye and a deaf ear to the ever-increasing rent for poor and low-wage workers, stay tuned, because I'm working on a pathway to transition them from being renters to becoming homeowners without the requirement of a credit score. As I stand here today, hearing this pain and suffering that my brothers and sisters who are in the grip of economic injustices and inequities are enduring, the evidence is very clear that this nation is guilty of violence, of theft, of oppression, of exploitation, of abuse, of extreme neglect, and the absolute abandonment of the poor, and should be indicted on the misappropriation of resources and the complete misalignment of values, which, if corrected through nonviolent direct action, could lead to the total, direct, and immediate abolition of poverty. Too many systems, practices, and politics have sought to silence these voices that we are hearing today and these stories that are being shared. But we refuse to allow silence to reign supreme, because I hear a cry coming up from the backside of this nation, from the depths of poverty where life ain't been no crystal stair. I hear a cry from the mothers and children that have been left by the wayside. I hear a cry from the cultures that have been suppressed by the hands of poverty. I hear a cry from the hungry, the tired, and the forgotten. I hear a fiery cry coming up from the 140 million Americans that won't be quenched by the lukewarm words of apathetic politicians, systemic racism, or the presence of war. A cry that won't be quenched by corporate greed or excessive materialism, but will require a great reckoning and realignment of our morals as a nation. Until we get there, though, we won't be silent anymore. So I encourage you to keep sharing your stories. My brothers and sisters, keep standing up and keep speaking out. Keep your eyes on the prize and know that God Almighty is with us. God's word reminds us that the darkest hour is always before the dawn. So don't you stop now. Don't you get weary in well-doing. Walk together, children. Don't you get weary. Keep working together, children. Don't you get weary. Keep struggling and holding on together, children. Don't you get weary. Keep mobilizing and organizing and strategizing, Reverend Barbara and Reverend Theo and all the people, and don't get weary. Fuss if you got to, Fight if you got to, but get over it together, children. And don't get weary. But don't forget to pray together, children, because you might just get weary. But one day, if we continue to walk together, children, we will be able to eliminate poverty. And a new day will dawn. But until then, we won't remain silent anymore.
We had to give Dr. King and Coretta Scott King's seed some extra time because we want you to know your father's death is our resurrection. The rest of these 30 states. And while we're standing, can we sing about 1 minute? Ain't gonna let nobody turn us around. Come on, band. Come on, Yara. Everybody put those hands together and sing it like they sung it in the Civil Rights Movement. Preacher. I need y'all to take 30 seconds, put the signs down, the placards down, put your hands together, and let's shake the foundation and sing it. Ain't gonna let no Congress turn us around. Ain't gonna let no senator turn us around. Can we say it to the top of our voices? Come on, everybody. and us often talk, you can't have a meeting like this and not have a strategy for after the meeting. That'd be foolish. So let me tell you what we're going to do after the meeting. Number one, we demand that all congresspersons in the United States publicly acknowledge the reality and pain of 140 million poor and low-wealth people and stop lying and saying that it's only 39 million people. Number two, we demand every congressperson commit to creating and supporting legislation that reflects a third Reconstruction agenda. Now, we haven't heard, and I don't know what the problem is. I know the phones work and the emails work. So let me say it here. We demand, come on, Liz, we demand a White House Poverty Summit with President Biden to allow this administration to meet with a delegation of poor and low-wealth people, religious leaders, and economists now. Number four, the campaign will engage in massive mobilization and outreach through every means available to us. Number five, we pledge to return to Washington, D.C. in September and bring 5,000 poor and low-wealth people and religious leaders and 100 economists in a nonviolent direct action to walk all day in the halls of Congress. We won't be silent anymore. And today, this campaign announces its launch of a nationwide effort for the next 143 days to register and educate poor and low-wealth communities to vote in every election for candidates that commit to addressing poverty and low wage. And number seven, we declare that we are a movement that votes, a movement that fights, a movement that marches, a movement that uses nonviolent truth and love, and a movement that ain't never going nowhere no time soon. Coming to the stage now, at this moment, to speak to us, because we want America to hear herself, we're bringing Guadalupe de la Cruz from Florida. And you probably see numbers of poverty on the screen. It should be. From New England, Nebraska, Angela Montalvo. From D.C., because we wouldn't come here and not talk about poverty in D.C. and the need for statehood. Akula Ali. And responding to them will be Latasha Brown of Black Voters Matter.
Florida, where you at? Hola, mi gente. My name is Guadalupe de la Cruz from Homestead, Florida. There is a phrase that I grew up with all of my life. Hay que trabajar porque nacimos pobre. That means you gotta work because we were born poor. I'm a daughter of immigrants who were farm workers for many, many years. My family often lived paycheck to paycheck. They worked under some of the harshest conditions in South Florida, exploited and abused. Today, I find myself in some of those same positions as my parents. I'm a single mother and can't afford an emergency. And we have been living in a state of emergency for years. There is no way that I will ever be able to give my daughter an opportunity to thrive if I stop working. I am forced to choose between spending time with my daughter and finding a second job to make it happen this month. Fear and embarrassment have kept me from telling my story of struggle. Times when my lights were cut off, not sure if I was gonna make the next car note, or even if I was gonna make rent. I'm here to say enough is enough. We should not be cornered and forced to choose one necessity over another. Florida families should not be under attack. We cannot afford to have people working in unlivable wages. We cannot afford to have no health care. We cannot afford to
while large corporations bank off of our labor. We cannot have our voter rights stripped because Florida's anti-democratic bills like HB1 keeps us from exercising our rights. 51% of Florida is poor or low income. That's 10.1 million residents. I'm here today because our stories need to come out of the shadows of shame. And I'm reminding our government that the many stories that you have heard today from my friends should not be happening. 10 million people are not in this current situation by choice, but because government has chose to create systematic laws because they chose to create systematic laws and implementations of oppression. And that's why we're here to say no more.
No more.
Forward together.
Not one step back.
I will not be silent anymore.
My name is Angela Montalvo. I'm one of the tri-chairs of the Nebraska Poor People's Campaign. I joined the Army in 2003, right after high school. I was 17 years old. After about a year, I started experiencing chronic pain. In 2006, I was medically discharged with a 0% disability rating. This means that even though I was medically discharged, I received no disability compensation because the military doctors couldn't find a cause for the pain that I still experience today. I met my husband in the Army while working in military intelligence. From 2007 to 2008, he was overseas. That was the first year of our oldest child's life. As you can imagine, that was quite a challenge for a new family. Since he returned, he's been diagnosed with PTSD, skin cancer, and sarcoidosis, all linked to his service. He's unable to work because of this. Just 2 months ago, the VA began withholding his disability compensation because they made an error in his GI Bill calculations and now say that we owe the VA more than $20,000. We found out through a letter in the mail. He served his country, and we ended up in debt to the VA. We are just two of the over 34,000 low-income veterans in Nebraska. We make up to 25% of the Nebraska veteran population. There are poor and homeless veterans all over this country. We must stand together to demand an end to this war economy that benefits the wealthy at the cost of poor people's lives and health. We will not be silent anymore.
Yes. Everybody shout it. We will not be silent anymore.
Welcome to D.C. My name is Akoshua Ali. I'm the president of the NAACP Washington, D.C. branch. But more importantly, I am a D.C. native, a D.C. resident, and I live in Southeast, Ward 7, east of the river here in Washington, D.C. Today, I stand in solidarity with Reverend William Barber and moral allies to end poverty and demand a shift of this moral consciousness in this country. Poverty, voter suppression, unemployment, underemployment, wealth gaps, healthcare access, environmental injustice, lack of affordable housing, maternal morbidity, and gun violence all continue to suppress vulnerable communities in this country. The gap of poverty and privilege demands change. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, 700 people were dying a day from poverty. The economic devastation of poverty affects all people, people of every race, creed, color, and sexuality. 140 million people are living in poverty, poor, or low wealth in this country. Poverty is not a left or right issue. It is not a Democrat or Republican issue. It is a moral issue. In the words of Reverend William Barber, we do not have a scarcity of resources in this country. We have a scarcity of moral consciousness. So today, we rise to confront systemic racism, poverty, and privilege. We need quality health care, quality housing, quality public education, livable wages, reproductive justice, protecting a woman's right to choose, and we must protect voting rights. But we must demand statehood for the District of Columbia. I can't talk about voting rights without talking about statehood for D.C. Without statehood, the people of D.C. do not have the right to pass our own laws without congressional approval. D.C.'s fight for statehood is an egregious example of voter suppression. Without statehood, D.C. residents are denied the autonomy to build our own health care and set legislation. It is a public health and racial injustice.
Yes.
Now, in closing, this is time for us to transform this nation. So when we say stand up, fight back. Stand up,
fight back.
No justice, no peace. Peace and power. Thank you all.
Yes.
By and by, Lord, when the morning comes, when we all the saints will come together as one, we will tell the story how we overcome, and we'll understand it better by and by. Oh, by and by, Lord, when the morning comes, all the saints will come together as one. We will tell the story how we overcome, and we'll understand it better by and by. Amen. There is power, y'all, in our stories. There is power in our stories. Part of what oppression is meant to do is to make us believe that we don't have any power. It's to make us to believe that we don't have purpose. It's to make us believe that there is something else that is needed other than our presence. But I want you to say, my presence is enough. I want you to say it from the depths of your spirit, because you need to understand this. It's not about where you went to school. It's not about where we live. It's not about our zip codes. My presence is enough. Say it after me. My presence is enough. And so we stand on that principle in this country, that no matter where we live, no matter what my background is, no matter who I love, no matter what I can do, at the end of the day, I am deserving to be treated like a human being. I am deserving of housing. I am deserving of a job that I can take care of myself and my family. I am deserving of health care. I am deserving to be loved and respected and valued. And we got to believe that, brothers and sisters. And so I'm going to ask you to do something for me. Everybody out here, I always ask folks, I want you just to take a moment wherever you are, and I want you to close your eyes. I want you to just take everything out of your mind right now. I want you to close your eyes, and I'm going to ask you a question. I want you to hear this question with your spirit, not with your mind. My question to you is, what would America look like without poverty? What would America look like without racism and sexism and homophobia? What would America look like?
That's it.
Now I want you to open your eyes. I don't know if you were able to see anything, but that is the America that we desire and that we deserve and that we're going to stand for and that we're going to fight for and stand in this space with you. And so in that, as I get ready to end, even in this weekend, as we're coming here in Juneteenth, like this is the Juneteenth celebration will be on tomorrow, where there were enslaved Africans that came to this nation, like in our bodies were sold, our bodies, all of our labor. It has been in that same spirit that this country has exploited the bodies and the work and the wealth and the wisdom of all of us. But no more. No more. Because God said that the last shall be first and the first shall be last.
Brothers and sisters, it is time for us to take our rightful place. Because I heard somebody say, oh, freedom, oh, freedom, oh, freedom over me, and before I be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free.
Give it up.
Amen.
Give it up. Can we still, this nation doesn't want to listen to us, but can't we listen to us? Turn to your neighbor and say, I'm not tired, because I hear myself on the stage. All right. We want to have now come to the stage from Indiana, Jesse Crow Roberts. From Rhode Island, Pamela Pontwaski. From Kansas, Reverend Leela Latia Frazier. Then we want to also have come now Denise Coleman from LA, Louisiana, and those that are also with the delegation from Louisiana. Then we want to have Katari Dafan and Maya Torabla come from Oklahoma. And then from Maine, Joshua Kapila, and then Tanya Fogel. And after her, there'll be a video from Aaron Scott. And then we will hear from our next responder, none other than one of the most powerful, important critics of militarism in this entire nation and in this world, Phyllis Bennett. In that order. Oh, before we start, there is a brother that has come here, and if we could give him 3 minutes, you're going to be blessed. Come on to Shambe, because he has something to say to us in song.
Make them hear you. Make them hear you. How justice was our battle and how justice was denied. Make them hear you. Make them hear you. And say to those who blamed us for the way we chose to fight, that sometimes there are battles which are more than black or white. And I could not put down my sword when justice was my right. Make them hear you. Make them hear you. Go out and tell your story to your daughters and your sons. Make them hear you. Make them hear you. And tell them in our struggle we were not the only ones. Make them hear you. Make them hear you. Your sword can be a sermon or the power of the pen. Teach every child to raise his voice, and then, my brothers, then will justice be demanded by 10 million righteous men. Make them hear you. When they hear you, I'll be near you.
Somebody shout, make them. Don't ask them, Make them hear you.
Hi, my name is Crow and I'm an alcoholic. I'm here representing Bloomington, Indiana, and Indiana as a whole. By way of Memphis, Tennessee. And as I stand here before you all today, I come here as I was born. I was born poor. I grew up poor. And even today, in the eyes of our government, I am poor. The only difference now from when I was growing up is now that I have kids to look after. How many parents are in the crowd today? God bless y'all. I have 2 daughters. One is 3, the other one due in August. I'm building a family. It's supposed to be the American dream, right?
That's right.
But as most Americans know, you got to be asleep to believe it. Because as most Americans know, it's expensive to raise youngins, man. Have y'all seen the price of diapers lately? And for those of us who have problems feeding our kids, what do? We sign up for WIC, right? So tell me why the fine folks at the WIC offices have decided to take baby formula off their coverage list. They are taking food out of our children's mouths, and they expect us to be silent. We ain't gonna be silent ever again. Yeah. Our government finds it necessary to ban abortion, to say that they are saving our children, but more children die as a result of poverty in this country.
Tell the truth, Jesse.
They are taking food from our children's mouths, and they say that they will take our children from us if we are not able to feed our kids. So they make it harder for us to feed our kids, and that ain't right.
Y'all give it up for Jesse. This is hard. Give it up. Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse.
They make it to where we, as parents of the future of our country, are more vulnerable every day. I came up from nothing. I dragged myself out of homelessness, addiction, during this pandemic with no health care, no assistance, to a point where I am able to start a family just to have the government tell me 2 months before my daughter is born that I won't be able to afford to feed them.
And Jesse, you know what? I'm from Indiana too, born there in 1963. So homeboy, let's say it together. We won't
stay silent
anymore. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much, brother. Pamela.
Hi, I'm Pamela from Rhode Island. Oh, forgot that. I am one of the millions of people that was $400 away from losing financial freedom, even though I have been working my whole adult life because of a disability, which resulted in my being homeless for 3 years. We have no safety net for those of us who need one. And in a country as rich as ours, that is morally reprehensible. I want you to know what we don't have if you become disabled. We don't have a safety net, the one that I was naively sure we had. When you become disabled and unable to work, we don't have a safety net that helps you pay for your rent as you recuperate. And if you are not independently wealthy, not just have a good savings account, because that can be depleted by disability and medical needs, but independently wealthy, there is a good chance you can become homeless. And when you become homeless, because you're disabled and you're supposed to be recuperating and cannot work, there is no safety net that will find you a safe place to recuperate. The systems that we have in place suggest that you go to a homeless shelter. I represent those of us that have worked most of our lives, but because of the systemic policies that cause people to fall into poverty and then keep people in poverty, have become homeless. We have millions of people that are homeless in this country,
Mama.
and that is morally reprehensible for the richest country in the world.
Yes.
This is why I'm here, and we won't be silent anymore. Thank you.
Everybody that can, give a mighty shout. They tell us we're over 100,000 people coming and still coming, and we're trending all over the world on Twitter. We won't be silent.
Hi, I'm Latia from Kansas. I'm here today because existing in this country, in my body, is hazardous to my physical and mental health. It shouldn't and doesn't have to be this way. As a person who was born with and lives with a disability, I have been denied access to health care because of my pre-existing condition. I have been uninsured and now I'm underinsured in a state that refuses to expand Medicaid and has made my disabled body a political issue. Kansas doesn't care about my rising medical debt. As a black person in this country, I'm anxious about going to the grocery store with the rise of targeted mass shootings against black bodies. In my state, we have some of the loosest gun laws. There has been aggressive gerrymandering in an effort to make the black vote impotent. I can't help but conclude that America wants to silence my black disabled voice by any means necessary. I am among the 540,000 women in my state who are poor and low wealth. Kansas cares more about legislating away a woman's autonomy over her own body than it does about preserving benefits that will enable access to food and housing.
Wow.
This is legislating death.
That's right.
To be a black woman in my state and in this country is a death sentence. I'm angry that this country's policies have caused me at times to be disgusted with my body and hate myself. My disability, racial, and gender identity is not the problem. This country's lethal policies are. Enough is enough, and we won't be silent anymore.
Let's shout to our sister and say, Sister Frazier, we are not ashamed of you, and we love you, and the millions of others like you. At this time, we have a special video from Aaron Scott, and then those that are on the stage will stay there, and Phyllis Bennett will come at that time. Can we listen to one another? You know, if we can't listen to one another, they will never listen to us. How many of you are not tired of forcing America today to hear these voices? How many of you are hearing your own story? Let's see that video as others come on stage.
9 years ago, I lost the most important man in my life, my grandfather. He was a veteran of the United States military who fell into a mental health crisis. It was easier for him to get a hold of a gun than it was for him to get the mental health care that he needed. And I am here today to ask, where was the support from this government that my grandpa proudly served his whole life when he needed you? And I'm asking you to honor the memory of my grandparents, Leland and Ivy Scott, to honor poor and abandoned young people all over this country by making it possible for everyone in this country to get the health care we need, including mental health care. A lot of our people die young. Overdoses, being homeless in the winter, police brutality, suicide, all of which ties back to poverty and to lack of access to health care. I do the work that I do because I don't want people left on their own to battle with this system the way my family was.
Yes. Now, at this time coming, just before Phyllis, excuse me, Denise Coleman from I keep saying LA, from Louisiana, but there are some others that are standing with her. Would you all come to the podium now, and they'll introduce themselves. They live in a place called Cancer Alley. What? Cancer Alley. and they are refusing to quit fighting for lives. Then after, Katira Daffin and Maya Torlaba, and then Joshua Kupalaya, is that right? Kapala, and then the mighty Tanya Fogel from Kentucky.
Greetings. I'm Denise Coleman, a native from New Orleans, Louisiana. I am here. I have survived. I am alive, and today I thrive. Why? Because I was sentenced to a concurrent double life sentence. I served 38 years under the old law. That meant that I should have been out after serving the 30 years. And they kept me for another 8 years. Why? Because they lost my file. How many more incarcerated are serving needless time because their files are lost? We are forgotten people. We are poor people. And we are suffering. While I was in prison, my mother died. My husband died. My daughter died. Had the prison system let me out when my time was up under the old law, under old policies and rules, I would have been there. I would have been there to see my daughter, my mother,
that's right,
my husband. They would not let me see her. She passed, and I could not see her when she died. Why? Because I was poor and wrongly kept in prison for an extra 8 years. I am a mother, and I was devastated. I am here to tell you, incarcerated lives matter too. On top of that, I received a letter from Washington, D.C. to the Mississippi Parole Board saying, terminate parole, case closed. The Mississippi Parole Office did not tell me. 9 months had passed, and I still didn't know. Why am I still paying today supervision fee? That's why I started organizing inside. That's why I came outside organizing. And that's why I stand with the Poor People's Campaign. I am resilient. We as a people are resilient. And we won't be silent anymore.
Yes.
Forward together.
Not one step back. Now these two people that are coming, I know somebody says, well, every other state had one speaker. But let me tell you, these two people have literally faced death and fought against death. We had an issue with the buses. Would you all be kind enough to let each of them have a minute to tell why this campaign will not abandon the people in Cancer Alley? And we say that anybody that doesn't go to Cancer Alley doesn't deserve to sit at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Levine, and I'm from St. James, Louisiana, a little town in the middle of Cancer Alley. Cancer Alley is an 85-mile stretch between New Orleans and Baton Rouge, and I have 12 industries in my neighborhood within a 10-mile radius. My 2 members of my organization died with cancer. There's an area in St. James called Burden Lane. It's bombarded with 2 industries, and they are sandwiched in. The industries will not buy them out because they are black. They bought out the white neighbors, but not the black neighbors. Our air is polluted. Our water, we can't drink the water. And people have cancer, other illnesses, and we are dying. We need your help because we need help in St. James. We need help all through the corridor of Cancer Alley. Our politicians vote for industry to come in. They sacrifice our lives to make a profit. So we will not be silent anymore.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm so proud to be here. I'm from the adjoining parish in what's called Cancer Alley. Cancer Alley, worse than that, in their quest, I think, to commit genocide against the poor black people of that 80-mile strip. We have been deemed a sacrificial zone. I want to say that in front of the world. I had to bring that to the attention of the people. Not only have they dubbed us Cancer Alley, they have actually officially said that we are a dispensable people. They came into our community in St. John and put this horrible chemical plant. The DuPont Corporation, along with the Japanese people, Denka, 1,500 feet away from an all-black elementary school.
That ain't right.
And they have, since our fight against them started in 2016, we've just been informed that they have actually increased. DuPont Denka has the audacity,
my God,
the temerity. They are such cruel, awful people in seeking corporate profit that they have increased the poisons on that school of 400 to 500 black children as of today.
And my brother, we are not going to leave that alone.
And we will not turn around in our fight. And
yes,
we will not be silent. And we thank you and Reverend Barber and his organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
From Oklahoma.
So, Maya Terrell the Akon. Goy ma da, ain't they key they own they. I'm Maya Terrell from Oklahoma. I'm Kiowa, Wichita, and Comanche. I'm a survivor of the inadequate healthcare system.
My sister, let me do something. I want to ask us, I hear a lot of talking. And we complain about they don't listen to us. If they show the cameras and we're not listening to us, they're going to say, they don't even listen to themselves. So tell the folk back around you, we need to be able to take 3 hours and hear one another and let the world hear. If you're having any other conversation while these people are talking, then you're doing the same thing that the power structure does. Let's bring it down, y'all. Touch your neighbor and say, bring it down. Let's have attention for at least 3 hours. Can't we do that together? My dear sister.
Thank you. I'm a survivor of the inadequate healthcare system and failed social services in this country. I'm a survivor of physical and sexual violence. Social services in Oklahoma had multiple chances to intervene when my mother abused me and my siblings, but they did nothing. Later, my sister was killed running away from an attacker. Her son, a veteran who I took as my son, died from suicide 2 years later. When we begged for help during their mental health crises, policies in Indian healthcare and veteran healthcare systems prevented them from receiving immediate care. Some of my family members made it out, but not all. And my children are survivors by just being alive.
Wow.
It's not enough to be resilient and survive. It's our human right to grow and thrive.
Give it up. That's right.
This is my daughter.
Thank you. Hotso. I'm Kateri Daffron from Oklahoma. I've experienced and lived in an impoverished community all my life. I grew up in Anadarko, Oklahoma, where there are jobs that lack the guarantee of living wages. This caused my family to experience food insecurity, job instability, and poverty. In one of the most successful countries in the world, we are barely getting by. Although I moved away, I am still in poverty. I can't leave poverty. I am 17, a child, yet the country has already failed me. This is wrong.
Wrong.
I, a child, shouldn't have to worry about whether my family is going to be able to pay the rent this month. I shouldn't have to worry about whether the SNAP benefits will be enough to feed me and my family. I'm not old enough to vote, but I am one of the many teenagers experiencing this injustice. I shouldn't be the one to have to carry this burden. How do you expect me to contribute to your American dream when I don't even know if I'll have a home next week? I don't want handouts. and I want a fair and equal shot. And until then, we won't be silenced anymore.
That's right. That's right. We won't be. Thank you, my young sister. Can y'all stretch your placards and signs to the heavens and say, we don't mind the wind, but could you hold back the rain? It never rains on a moral movement. And if it does rain, it's a sign of blessing. That's what they say in Africa. Joshua.
My name is Josh Coppola from Bangor, Maine. How do I know who I am? I'm 36 and I'm still trying to answer that question. Too often, it's been finding what in me is unacceptable. I've been trying to discern this amidst violence. At times, I'd venture out of the closet, but others' hostility and disgust drove me back in. Hidden away, I pondered, who is safe? How will I be safe? Will I be able to walk the streets comfortable in my own skin? Why is my love or my gender expression so dangerous? Is being myself worth it? That shame brought me to the edge of suicide many times. That fear meant I moved halfway across the country as a young adult, seeking safety, seeking acceptance. The first time I dated a man, I carried a knife with me because a lifetime of transphobic and homophobic slurs were seared into my mind. But it's not just opinions, because trans or gay panic defense has been used to let murderers walk free. That's systemic violence encouraging physical violence, with politicians pushing a false and death-making narrative of Christian nationalism.
Yes,
How
sir.
can my existence be a threat? All I want to do is stay alive.
That's it.
In the PPC, we say equal protection under the law is non-negotiable. That's why I'm here, and that's why I won't be silent anymore.
Give it up. Everybody shout, we won't be silent anymore. All right, Tanya.
Whoa, there goes the earring. Honor to God. My name is Tana Fogel from Lexington, Kentucky, with the Kentuckians for the Commonwealth. I'm here standing in the gap as an impacted low-income person with a felony in my past. I have been denied the right to vote. I fought hard to get my voting rights back. Over 170,000 Kentuckians right now, low-income folks, don't have the right to vote. How can they demand that we work 2 jobs in order to feed our family, and then we don't have time to go to the polls and vote? That ain't right. Kentucky's process to restore the right to vote has been further gutted out and suppressed by Senator Mitch McConnell, Secretary of State Michael Adams, and all of the county clerks in Kentucky by making us work 2 jobs, closing precincts, shortening voting rights and voting days, and mandating voter IDs. The vote is one of the most powerful weapons we have. I know people like me, we made mistakes, but we are not mistakes.
That's it.
We are here. We will not go anywhere. We together can make a difference. We will build power. We will change the narrative. I don't look like what I've been through. I too am America.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me hear it all the way back there. Let us vote. Let us vote. Let us vote.
Say it.
Let us vote.
Say it.
Let us vote.
Say it.
Let us vote. step back. I need to hear it all the way back there with them hundreds of thousands of people that I can see. Forward together!
Not one step back!
Dr. King taught us that budgets can be moral documents. What we have heard today shows us that U.S. policies towards the poor, budgets are also immoral. Responding to all these injustices, everyone is told there's no money to solve poverty. The 140 million poor people are told there's no money to end poverty, to provide health care and deal with the climate and jobs and education and all the things that we need. It's not true. It's a lie. There is money, but where is the money going? The money is going, 52 cents of every federal dollar is going to the Pentagon. The money is going to war. And next year, it's going to be $847 billion. That's a crime. That's a crime. It's a distortion of everything this country says that it stands for. And for what? We heard somebody say once, war, what's it good for? Absolutely nothing. But the cost. The wars don't make us safe, but they kill people. They kill Afghans and Iraqis and Palestinians and Somalis and Libyans and Syrians and our U.S. soldiers as well. It doesn't make us safe. It militarizes our communities, militarizes our borders. And the wars show us why we need to cut the military budget. To cut the military budget. If there were no war in Afghanistan, we would have no leftover weapons that were in the streets of Ferguson when Mike Brown was shot down by police. If there was no war in Iraq, there would be millions of civilian Iraqis still alive. And if neither of those wars happened, we would have $6 trillion to take care of the poor in this country and around the world. We need to cut the military budget, fund people and the planet, not the Pentagon.
Fund people. Say it. Fund people. And the planet, not the Pentagon. Give it up for these sisters and brothers. And in this movement, we write our own song. So we got one for you right now. No war. War cease. Now coming to the stage from Pennsylvania, Najimi.
Yes,
Nijmi. Coming from Texas, Jack Golub. From Tennessee, Justice Pearson. From Ohio.
Rukia Abdul Mukalia.
From Maryland.
Reverend Gloria Jones Sweargringa.
From North Carolina.
Oscar Pineda.
And from New York.
Reverend Wes McNeil.
And after them, the senior ethicist and moral professor of our time, Cornel West, to respond.
My name is Nijmi Zakia Zarinko, and I am from Pennsylvania. I come to you this morning humbled and grateful. And I also come to you angry for all the people I've lost to this poverty-producing system. People for whom this beautiful life, granted to us by God, has been debased by a society organized around profit for the few over abundant life for the many. People like my two cousins who died of opioid overdose since this campaign began. This system doesn't provide health care or living wages, but it wages chemical warfare.
That's right.
I know when I held my cousin as a baby, she never could have imagined how her short life would end. She didn't choose to be born into a society that makes war on the poor. People like my father, who was murdered while I was in my mother's belly. Another casualty of the struggle for what Styles P calls a green piece of paper. People say I'm a lot like my father, and that's nice. But it would have been better to have actually known him if he had lived to see me here right now. People like my uncle who helped raise me. He died of cancer at the age of 46. He worked in healthcare, but that couldn't make up for a life marred by trauma. I grew up watching this man with the purest heart struggle to believe that he was good or that his life mattered. But he was, and it did. I know I'm not the only one who's lost people to this system.
That's right.
And I know it's not enough to be angry, but it's a start. Let's join together to ignite a spark that cannot be extinguished, to kill the system before it kills us. That's why I'm here, and we won't be silent anymore.
Delaware.
How y'all doing? My name is Devon Marquis Hall. They call me D. I'm from Delaware. Like the president, I was born in Pennsylvania. Like the last speaker, I know what pain is. I know what poverty is. I know what this plight means. My mom was pregnant with me in jail. I was down here at the urging of Farrakhan in D.C. back when we were here protesting justice or else, 10-10-15. 7 bloody years ago. Since then, there have been 5,000 fatal shootings by police law. There have been 1,053 people shot and killed by police just this past year. A family who I protested for just received close to $1 million in a settlement in Delaware, where I'm from. Not from the FOP, not from police pensions. It wasn't a federal crime. These are the problems that must be addressed.
Yes, sir.
The same cop who shot him was serving after he killed a man my age in a wheelchair. He already had committed murder.
Yes, sir. Give it up for my brother.
But Delaware, one more thing.
All right.
Delaware has a Democratic governor, a Democratic Senate, a Democratic House, but we're actively working against poor and working class people by killing cannabis legislation, housing rights bills, environmental justice bills, and police reform. We need to elect better Democrats because the ones who have been representing U.S. people don't represent poor people.
Thank you, my brother. God bless you. Thank you, Brother Hall. Jack Golub, and then Justin Pierce. Thank you, brother from Delaware. Thank you. Bring that mic up some for him so he can speak tall. There you go. Go ahead, brother.
I'm Jack Golub, a teacher in Texas. This is a story about our students. Raise your hand if you think our students are heroes for bravely going to school each day. All right, I see a lot of hands. Our students are brave. They are brave because some of them can't be their true selves in school. They get bullied. They don't get the support they need. Students like mine are brave because the second they walk in the door, their cultural knowledge, their language is invalidated. For too many of our students, school is a place for survival, not success. Heroes choose to fight. Our students didn't choose. They didn't choose for standardized tests to label them as inferior. They don't choose a school budget with no nurses or counselors. If they make it to college, they don't choose for debt to cripple them financially for years. On May 24th, 19 children in Uvalde didn't choose to die. On May 25th, I chose to lie. A student asked me, "Are we safe in school?" And I said, yes. I looked them in the eye and told them I would protect them no matter what, knowing all the time that my body would not beat an AR-15.
That's right.
My students do choose to dream. They dream of creating art and starting local businesses, and I kneel next to their desk and declare it's possible, as if by saying it seriously I can make it true. Yes. I'm willing to give my time, my money, my life for my students if that is what it takes. But I am unwilling to tolerate a society where that is what it takes.
Give it up for my brother.
I won't keep lying, and we won't be silent anymore.
Would somebody say with me, as we look at that brother, that teacher, and say, our children shouldn't have to be brave. They should only have to be children. Justin Pearson from Tennessee.
How y'all doing, Poor People's Campaign? I am Justin J. Pearson from Memphis, Tennessee. And I wish my grandmothers were at this beautiful gathering. I wish they'd be able to assemble here, but they're not. See, they, like many poor and low-wealth people, have died from the systemic injustices that have disrupted our communities for too long. Pollution, environmental racism, and injustice killed both of my grandmothers in their 60s. and now it is continuing to plague our communities. But they didn't die only as martyrs. They were witnesses to the possibilities of our country.
Yes, sir.
They were witnesses to a faith bishop that the folks who built that Capitol who were enslaved had. They were witnesses to a faith that we now carry forward, that they will try to crucify us. They will try to have systems that destroy us. They'll try to build pipelines through our communities. They'll try to poison our waters, but we know that there's resurrection possible. We know that there's a resurrection of people who care about the last, the lost, and the least possible. There's a resurrection of the 140 million happening. But not only that, they let me know that there was a divine intervention possible. It's a divine direction that they gave us. A divine direction that we have in our bodies. And that direction is this, is that the last, the lost, and the least will be first. It's a divine direction that says we will have clean air and clean water and clean soil. It's a divine direction that has the shouts of 140 million people saying we've got one way to go. No matter where those who are against us stand, against us or in front of us, we've got one way to go. No matter how much money they have, no matter how many politicians are in their pockets, we've got one way to go.
Yes,
and
sir.
that's forward, together.
Yeah.
Not one step back.
Yeah.
Forward, together.
Yeah. Not one step back. Ohio.
Yes. My name is Rukaya Zabrabdum Sakalim, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Musketeer Association, representing the state of Ohio. I am here to speak against racism and greed. We must bring this injustice to a stop now. I was born in a society that racism and fascism was the way of life. I was born in it. Not any education would be brought to us because we were of black skin. Not any health care. I know how the civil rights began. I was there. My family chose to take the beat down, to take the torture, to take the absolute death in order to bring to light the inalienable rights belong to all of us. And they would not be silent anymore. So on this day, I step forth. On this day, I represent those mentors who taught me how to speak this truth. We are human. We are the flower garden of mankind. You will no longer take our blood or our children anymore. And I'm not going back there to those days and times. And I will not let any of you. So you vote them out. If they will not change this injustice, vote them out. All my spiritual people of this, of this flower garden, stand up, lock arms, and say in one resounding voice, forward together.
Forward together.
Not one step back.
Not one step back.
And that is why I am here, for you to speak that truth and walk that walk.
Thank you. Reverend Gloria Jones from Maryland. Give it up for our dear sister. We welcome everybody.
Praise God, everyone, and thank you for being here. And thank the Poor People's Campaign for allowing me to participate. My name is Pastor Gloria Jones Swearinga. I am a pulpit associate at my home church, which is Greater Abyssinia, 88 Lyons Avenue, Newark, New Jersey, where the amazing Dr. Alan Potts is senior pastor. I'm here in behalf of persons with disabilities because I just learned the other day that the Americans with Disabilities Act, the ADA, our passport to full inclusion is still an unfunded mandate. That law was legislated into being in July of 1990. And I don't mean to be rude. I don't mean to be disrespectful. I got some friends on Capitol Hill. But both sides deserve a front row seat in the Hall of Shame for that level of neglect. Every year they celebrate Disability Day. But I never heard of celebrating nothing. I know what it's like to be made deliberately homeless.
That's right.
And no disability ADA response in Prince George County. I know what it's like to be deliberately separated from a child, deliberately and illegally. This is illegal stuff, y'all, because there was no ADA response. But I also know a God who is able to do exceedingly abundantly above and beyond anything that we can ask or think. And I know this is not the time to give up. It's the time to step up.
Give it up, Bob.
It is time to speak up.
Give it up.
It's a time
Give
to
it up.
push
Give it up.
to press forward, not one step back, until the stupidity and deceitful distraction of celebrating nothing becomes full implementation of the Americans with Disabilities Act. It is time to press forward, not taking one step back.
Give it up for Mama. Give it up.
Until implementation results in full inclusion and we as persons with disabilities finally take our place on level ground in the society that we help build. God bless you.
God bless you.
And God bless America.
Thank you. And you told us, I don't need no help. Get around this movement and make it fight. Now, I need everybody to listen up. We decided in this movement we were sick of something. And that was every time we go to a meeting and our Latino brothers or our African brothers and sisters speak, why do they always have to speak in English? Why can't we listen to them in their own tongue? No, why can't they just come here, be themselves, and then we go back and look at it online and see the interpretation? Why can't we trust a little possible Pentecostalism? We already got the wind. I heard a little thunder. We might as well have some tongues. And maybe if you listen close enough, because the real gift of Pentecost was not the tongues, it was the hearing. And if you listen close enough, you might hear a little humanity. You might hear a little love. You might hear a little justice. So, Oscar, I want you to come and not be interpreted. I want you in your own language to speak your heart. We'll hear the interpretation in the power of your voice and the strength of your body.
Hola, mi gente. ¿Cómo están? Mi nombre es Oscar Pineda.
All right, Mike Man. Now, let me have to come back there and start working on that now. Pay too much for these mics. Come on here.
Hola, mi gente, ¿cómo están? Mi nombre es Oscar Pineda, soy originario de El Salvador y vivo en Carolina del Norte. Me identifico como gay, latino e inmigrante indocumentado. Llegué a los Estados Unidos 5 años atrás. Desde entonces he sido testigo y he experimentado de primera mano lo duro que trabajamos en este país. Nosotros como inmigrantes indocumentados contribuimos de manera significativa al desarrollo de esta nación. No obstante, a pesar de las muchas horas que trabajamos, o los múltiples trabajos que tenemos, nos resulta casi imposible salir de la pobreza. Somos discriminados, marginados y excluidos por un sistema al que aportamos miles de millones de dólares con nuestro trabajo y actividades económicas.
Yes, sir.
Nuestro trabajo es fundamental y necesario. No existe una sola casa en este país, restaurante, campo de cultivo, fábrica o construcción que no hayan sido trabajados por inmigrantes indocumentados. Sin embargo, nos pagan menos, no tenemos beneficios laborales ni del gobierno.
Yes.
Tampoco acceso a seguro médico y oportunidades de crecimiento como cualquier otro trabajador. Estoy aquí hoy, orgulloso de lo que soy y represento. Hoy levanto mi voz por los más de 11 millones de inmigrantes indocumentados y las más de 140 millones de personas pobres en esta nación que vivimos bajo las sombras de los Estados Unidos y que luchamos día a día por mejores oportunidades y mejor calidad de vida para nuestras familias. No estamos dispuestos a seguir viviendo oprimidos y privados de derechos fundamentales, mientras somos señalados y perseguidos como perros. Basta de separar a nuestras familias, basta de arrancar de los brazos a los niños de sus padres. Merecemos respeto, merecemos una vida digna. Todos nosotros, cada uno de ustedes, somos esenciales. Merecemos una reforma migratoria digna y justa, sin distinciones, sin excusas, sin demora. No guardaremos silencio un minuto más. Exigimos respuestas, exigimos cambios y los exigimos ahora. ¡Adelante juntos! ¡Ni un paso atrás!
Oscar.
¡Adelante juntos! ¡Ni un paso atrás!
Oscar, teach us how to say forward together, not one step back in Spanish. Teach us.
Forward together.
Forward together.
No one step back.
Say it in your language.
Forward together. Adelante juntos.
Adelante juntos.
Ni un paso atrás.
And look what happened when we lifted our hands to the heavens. When we allowed tongues in the room, the clouds moved and the sun came out. It's Pentecost round here. A moral Pentecost right now. Dr. West, the other West, the young West, Reverend West, before Dr. West.
My name is Reverend West McNeil, and I'm here from the New York Poor People's Campaign and the Labor Religion Coalition. I come from a quote-unquote blue state, a state where currently Democrats control all the branches of our government. And in this time when Roe v. Wade is under threat and anti-LGBT legislation is spreading, there's a lot of talk of my state being a kind of haven. But let's be very clear. Policy violence perpetrated at the federal and state level is devastating the people of New York, too. 58% of our children are poor and low income. That's 2.4 million kids in the state that is home to Wall Street. As a queer and trans person, my community is disproportionately poor and low income. And I'm sick and tired of politicians and corporations waving a rainbow flag and then actively undermining my and my family's and my neighbors' right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. What I want as a trans person and a human being is to know that if I lost my job, my wife and my son and I would still be able to access health care. What I want is for my 1-year-old to grow up with great public education, the ability to get a good living wage job and affordable housing. I want him and the generations after him to have a healthy planet and never to be sent off to war to kill other people's kids. I'm also an ordained minister, and my faith has taught me that we live in a world of abundance, and that the well-being of the poor and dispossessed determines the well-being of all of us. Scarcity is a lie. Individualism is a lie. And that's why I'm with the Poor People's Campaign, and we won't be silent anymore.
matter what color, no matter what gender, no matter what sexual orientation, no matter what religious identity, we decide to love. And when you love folk, you hate the fact that they're treated unjustly. You loathe the fact they're treated unfairly. And if you don't do something, the rocks are going to shout out, and the sun is going to shine, and the clouds are going to move. I want to thank my dear brother William Barr. I want to thank my dear sister Elizabeth Thea Harris for allowing God to use them in such a way that they are, in the language of John Coltrane, a force for good with a love supreme that embraces each and every one of us. And when you hear these voices, and I come from a people, a great people, a black people, who in the face of 400 years of chronic hatred keep dishing out love warriors every generation. So that the spirit of Frederick Douglass and the spirit of Sojourner Truth and the spirit of Fannie Lou Hamer and the spirit of Malcolm X and the spirit of Marcus Garvey say, these black folk gonna love themselves, and if we have the spiritual maturity, it's going to spill over from the chocolate part of town to the vanilla part of town. Oh, yes. It's going to spill over our precious indigenous brothers and sisters whose land was stolen as a precondition of the democracy. It's going to spill over to Spanish speaking. It's going to spill over to Asian. It's going to embrace everybody. But let us be very clear that this poor people's campaign was rooted in the legacy of Martin Luther King Jr. and Fannie Lou Hamer and James Lawson and Diane Nash in the 1960s, where we tried to break the back of a barbaric Jim Crow and Jane Crow and American apartheid, with the lynching on the one hand and the discrimination and degradation on the other. And what that means, that we say to America, not just to Congress, we say to the White House, we say to the Pentagon, we say to the neo-fascists in the Republican Party, we say to the milquetoast neoliberals in the Democratic Party, that we got a standard bigger than your politics. Somewhere I read, God is not mocked. You're going to reap what you sow. Malcolm X reminded us, chickens will come home to roost. And so when you hear the magnificent voices of such dignity in all parts of the country, and we are international, we in solidarity with oppressed people in Africa, in Asia, in the Middle East, in Latin America. How come? Well, I'll tell you why I am, because I'm a product of Shiloh Baptist Church. Just like my brother's a product of the black church. I was told in vacation Bible school that if the kingdom of God is within you, then everywhere you go, you ought to leave a little heaven behind. And when you leave some heaven behind in a hellish world of organized greed and institutionalized hatred and routinized fear and overwhelming hypocrisy, you're going to have to be in the world but not of it. And so what we constitute is precisely that attempt to be in this empire, but not of it. We have moral and spiritual greatness that behooves us. That's why we're here. And let us never forget the rich humanity of the voices that we heard. That would straighten our backs up. And Brother Martin used to say, anytime everyday people in the language of Sly Stone, anytime ordinary people in the language of James Cleveland straighten their backs up, you're going somewhere, because folk can't ride your back unless it's bent. Let us forever move forward together and never ever, not one, not two, no step back. Thank you for both of the work that they have done. Let us work together, struggle together, go down together. And in the language of Duke Ellington, go down swinging, because it don't mean a thing if it ain't got that love swing in it.
some love, swing some truth, swing some justice, and keep on swinging till we knock racism out, and poverty out, and genocide out. Look at your neighbor and say, neighbor, keep on swinging forward together. Not one step. We've got one more set of states and then two more sets of speakers. But go to the video. You all know Erica Alexander, who was the great producer of Good Trouble, who used to be on Living Single but is an activist par none, a voice that will not ever be quiet or stop speaking. She's a queen among us. And she sent a word. She had to go back to LA, but she wanted to send a word. And she said, you know, Reverend Barber, this is what we have not done. We've not put the stories. We talk about the numbers, but only when we put the stories and the faces can we change the moral direction of this country and build power and build a third Reconstruction. Listen up on the screen.
My name is Erica Alexander, and I'm glad to be standing with this community today. I agree America must hear and respond to these voices and cries of people, not in some distant future, but now. We all act together on this urgent mission to create a better tomorrow today. But we must first see ourselves as the participants and the recipients of the greater good and moral transformation that must take place in order for us to succeed. As Reverend Barber, my mentor and teacher, says, this is the third Reconstruction. It's here. So you have to ask yourself, are you an architect of this Reconstruction? Will you be willing to do the work to build a stronger foundation and core to America? A shift is taking place, and proof of its existence resides within the presumed social contract that exists between a community, a nation, and the world. Sometimes we see and hear all these words and actions, and it can seem like played out rhetoric. Am I my brother's keeper? It takes a village. Treat your neighbor as yourself. But listen again, those are breadcrumbs that keep us focused to the path of healing, justice, service, and love. I'm proud to be a part of the Poor People's Campaign and a supporter for greater social and financial justice. Thank you all for your story, your voice, and your extraordinary experience. Thank you for educating us on how to be human. Together. Onward.
Thank you. And you should know she has promised to help raise up as many documentarians as we can find to tell our stories and put our stories before the American people and use those stories to build this massive movement that will never stand down. Coming to the stage from Minnesota, Vivian Henry. From New Jersey, Nathan Fishman. From Montana, I believe, Beth Burke. From Mississippi, Emily Johnson. From Michigan, Bishop Bernadette. And then we have a family here from Buffalo, family member. Then we also want to bring Dante Sharp and Tracy Mears and Kelly Robinson. We want them to come right after this group. Now, those that are coming in the names I'm calling now, different than the state leaders, they have 1 minute. And the reason is because we're trying to show that you can't address these issues separately. You always got to understand these are interlocking injustices. And if they are cynical enough to be together, we better be smart enough to stay together. Then we want to have, when I call Virginia Solomon with the League of Women Voters, then Jessica Roloff, then Mark Thompson with reparations, and then a youth speaker, Cheryl Moore and Cindy Saxton. And then we have a police officer who needs to talk about health and COVID and what happens even to those that really actually serve our communities, the Reverend Della Owens at that time. So if you would honor these folk now, we are still trending. Millions of people are watching this and their consciousness is being transformed because we are putting before them the voices they never see. And how many of you are hearing your own story? We won't be silent anymore, my dear sister.
My name is Vivian Henry. I'm from Minnesota. I'm one of the 1.8 million people in the state forced to live in poverty. I'm pissed as hell because I shouldn't have to be here today because poverty is a policy choice in the richest nation in the world. I battle 4 mental health challenges that have been extremely debilitating in most of my adult life. For the past 7 years, I've had to battle many times for Social Security disability. I survive on just $585 a month from state general assistance and food stamps. If I didn't live in public housing, I would be homeless. General assistance wasn't raised during COVID and hasn't increased with inflation. Recently, I started donating plasma because I don't have enough money to meet my basic needs. This is immoral to be forced to live this way. The state of Minnesota has declared me disabled 3 times, but that doesn't automatically approve me for Social Security disability. This is asinine. How can I be declared disabled by the state only to have the federal government deny me benefits? I had breast cancer scare in 2018, and now I need a 3D mammogram and breast MRI each year for the rest of my life. But I fear losing my Medicaid due to the lack of consciousness of many politicians who could care less about whether I live or die. I'm here to say that if Congress can repeatedly afford to give corporate welfare to the rich, then Congress can afford universal health care for all. So that people don't go bankrupt or are forced to use a GoFundMe to cover medical expenses. Scarcity is a massive lie. This is why we're here. We won't be silent anymore.
Thank you. Give it up. Give it up. Powerful, sister. Powerful.
My name is Nathan Fishman. I'm from stolen Lenape land, New Jersey. I feel a crushing and devastating sense of shame when I say out loud that I'm poor. At the same time, I share with 99% of our country and beyond the struggle for the right to live a simple life. My individual struggles include, like some before me, mental illness. I live on a fixed income. I'm diagnosed with bipolar disorder. And I have lived for 9.5 years in crowded and inhumane residential mental health programs. People in my life and in my community are consumed by pressures from overwhelming debts and risks of debt and thinking they have to compromise their values to maintain their job security or their social statuses. Personally meaningful to me is the fight of New Jersey mental health workers to unionize. And in turn, to provide more humane care and advocacy. The people of New Jersey are in winning bottom-up community building battles. We've won legislation that bans our facilities from holding immigrant detainees. And legislation that makes it harder for fossil fuel plants to be built in our environmental justice communities. Now we fight for the Values Act, which will further protect immigrant rights. And we march Thursday, June 23rd in Trenton at 10:30 a.m. to get our state off of fossil fuels. It is a myth that there's a scarcity of resources preventing all people from living a simple and safe life, with jobs with justice, with clean air and climate justice, with peace and solidarity. We're all busting that myth, and we won't what?
Be silent anymore. Give it up, my brother. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Beth Burke from Butte, Montana.
Talk to us, Beth.
A copper mining town in the Rocky Mountains. I grew up in a very large family of 13 children, and we lived paycheck to paycheck. There were strikes every 3 years, some stretching many months without income. We didn't always have food nor clothes for school and the brutally cold Montana winters. When I was home with my family, I felt safe and secure. But at school or church, it was obvious we were different. Kids are cruel, and being poor made me a target for teasing and bullying. With so many growing children, we didn't always have clothes or shoes that fit. One day, I came home to find a big box of clothes on the porch, left by one of my mom's well-meaning friends. My sweet mother could not understand why my sisters and I did not want to wear the cast-offs and hand-me-downs from the very girls in school who taunted and tormented us for being poor. Food was another issue as a child. We always had something to eat, but it may not have been the most nutritious or delicious.
Mama.
I got through many school days without eating. I would cringe seeing my peers complaining about their lunches, or worse, throwing food away. As a poor child in a prosperous society, I felt devalued by the taunts, contributing to difficulty in school, difficulty socially, and low self-esteem, which continues to this day. The poverty we lived through growing up has impacted us in many ways. As adults, several of us still live in poverty, and all that entails. We struggle with the same issues my parents did 50 years ago. This is why I raise my voice.
That's right.
I will not be silenced.
Somebody shout, it's got to change. And we will change it. Emily, before you speak, I'm sorry, y'all, I'm a pastor. But again, if we can't listen to one another, and I'm bothered by folk I see in the wings talking, marshals, nobody should be talking. If you can't listen to these folk for 3 hours, then stop complaining about the extremists and the Republicans and the chicken Democrats and others not listening to them. If you must first respect yourself. There's no other conversation going on. This is not a party or a fellowship or a family reunion. It is a family revolution and a resurrection. The people on this stage are representing millions of people. Turn to the person that say, stop bothering me. And listen up. And especially those of you on the stage, because you have a privilege. Are we ready? Let's welcome Emily.
My name is Emily Johnson with the Mississippi Poor People's Campaign. I want to emphasize that exploitation does not have a color or a party. I'm here as a survivor of sex trafficking, formerly incarcerated, and I'm a low-wage worker. I had to live in a homeless shelter for over a year, due to not being able to afford housing after incarceration. After release from jail, I was basically told to go be productive with no resources. I've been denied employment and housing on numerous occasions due to systemic racism. When I was blessed enough to get a minimum wage job at $7.25 an hour, SNAP benefits dropped me to $9 a month. I had no rights to health care. Victims of sexual violence need access to health care.
Yeah.
As I transitioned out of the shelter, I worked every day since the beginning of the pandemic, working in a healthcare facility and being exposed to COVID repeatedly. illegally, I risked the livelihood of mine and my family's life trying to earn a living. I'm a single mother of 4 who works 3 jobs 7 days a week, and I have for the last 5 years, and I barely make ends meet. I am tired.
Teach us, Emily.
I have been faced with many challenges in my life due to a broken system in the state of Mississippi that has a long history of punishing the poor while rewarding the corrupt, wealthy class. I stand with the Poor People's Campaign because we are in desperate need of this third Reconstruction. We must do more. We are coming for a fusion moral movement.
Yeah.
This is why I'm here, and we won't be silent. And we will move forward together.
If you notice, in the country, they try to make out like poverty is just a black issue or a brown issue, and then they try to pit white against black. They say a state like Mississippi, they think it's going to automatically be a certain color, but this movement, you can't figure us out because we all together. How many of you know victims of sexual violence that ought to have health care? The bishop.
Every community in this country has a story. I'm Bishop Bernard L. Jefferson from Flint, Michigan. One of my grandchildren was an honor student in the 3rd grade. He was chosen as an academic ambassador to go to D.C. to represent. But as he drank and bathed in the brown poison our government said was safe for consumption, his grades plummeted to D's and F's, and he lost his opportunities. Stories like my grandson are tragically common here. Mothers miscarriage, babies die, people dying of Legionnaire's disease. We pay one of the highest water bills in the United States of America. All in all, nearly 100,000 in our majority black city was contaminated with lead. Even now, the kids who were exposed are struggling in school. And 8 years later, it's still broken. A wood-burning biomass plant near Flint Elementary School is causing pollution associated with high asthma rates. And as Ajax asphalt plant is currently under construction near a low majority black neighborhood right across the street from the housing project where one of my grandchildren live. What if she can't breathe the air? It isn't right.
That's right.
That we should have to fight so hard.
That's right.
Simply for our children to have safe water and clean air.
That's right. But we will.
Clean air to breathe. But all over this country, we're fighting just the same. And you can't stop now. I will not stop.
That's right.
I will not take back. I'm here with you.
That's right.
And I won't be silent anymore.
That's right. Do you notice how we all are standing together? How the states are all mixed up? This is what moral fusion politics looks like. And this is what can transform the power base in this country. While you all are standing here, Al Gore no longer a president or vice president or politician, but fighting to make us understand the connection between ecological devastation and voting rights and poverty. He couldn't be here in person. He wanted to, but he sent a message to say that climate reality and all of the climate groups in this country are uniting together so that we can fight racism, poverty, ecological devastation, denial of health care, and the war economy as one people. Listen to the screen.
Thank you, Reverend Barber, my dear friend, for your outstanding and inspiring leadership and for inviting me to speak today. It is a privilege and an incredible honor to join with all of you in this righteous cause. I want to express my deep gratitude to all of those who have shared their words with us here today. The people who are hurt first and worst by pollution and by the increasing climate-related extreme weather events have a distinct moral authority to speak to the urgency of the crisis we face. In the truths they share, we hear and understand that the issues of systemic racism, wealth inequality, environmental degradation, the scourge of bigotry and of violence, and the devastating impacts of the climate crisis do not merely intersect at a singular point. They are layers of injustice that build upon one another brick by brick to form a wall that separates the voices of the poor and of black, brown, and indigenous communities from the platforms of policymaking. If we treat these evils as distinct and isolated from one another, they will continue to undermine our solutions, seeping into this work like toxins, poisoning our progress. Instead, we must join together to lift up the voices of the poor and of those who are on the front lines of the climate crisis over this wall of injustice. We must ensure that these voices ring out in the streets of our communities. We must ensure they ring out in city halls, county commissions, and state legislatures. We must ensure they ring out here in Washington, D.C., in the halls of our great democracy, where they should reverberate so loudly that our elected officials have no choice but to listen.
That's right.
And I would be remiss if I failed to note that in order to ensure that all voices continue to hold their power in our democracy, we must stand firm against attacks on voting rights and join together against efforts to purge people from the polls. Just as our challenges are cemented to one another, so too are we bound together in fighting for their solutions. Indeed, there can be no climate justice without racial justice, and without economic opportunity, there is no just transition. It is only by joining together the same chorus that we will be able to achieve lasting change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and it is all connected together. Now, brother who is always making it plain, the Reverend Mark Thompson is coming now to introduce somebody who just has experienced the pain of racial violence. But we wanted, and he wanted his voice to be here. Tamika Mallory was supposed to be here, and she couldn't because she got sick. But this is a family member of someone who was shot because of racism and because people in this country, far too many, love their guns more than they love God's people. Mark is going to bring him up. Then Mark afterwards is going to talk about the connection between reparations. And then Dante Sharp will come. We have 8 speakers after them. Each one of them will take a minute and a half. But before they ever say anything, because they've been through so much recent violence, just stretch your hand toward this family and say, all of us in this crowd. Take that mic down out there. Let us, all of us in this crowd, this family, we love you. And we will show our love by joining you in the fight against racism and the proliferation of guns.
Sisters and brothers, God bless Tamika Mallory. I'm standing in for her. We pray for her recovery. God bless Dr. Barber, Dr. Liz Theo Harris. When Dr. King called for the Poor People's Campaign, he described America's triple evils: poverty, racism, and militarism. In Buffalo, we saw each of these evils manifest in one place at one time. Evil number one, poverty, was manifest in Buffalo, and that the Tops grocery store inhabits a food desert, the only place where people can buy groceries. Evil number two, racism, was manifest in Buffalo, and that the shooter was a disciple of the white supremacist great replacement theory. He went to a grocery store in a black neighborhood for the express purpose of killing black people. And evil number three, militarism, was manifest in Buffalo, and that since the Vietnam War that Dr. King decried, America has become the international capital of militarism and gun violence and militaristic assault weapons, AR-15s, like the one the Buffalo shooter used. These assault weapons have become the rule rather than the exception. The eldest person killed in that store was 86-year-old Queen Mother Ruth E. Whitfield. Her sons are here. Brother Raymond is here, but her son, Brother Garnell, will speak to him. Speak now. We will hear him now. God bless you.
Good afternoon, family. As he said, my name is Garnell Whitfield. I'm here with my brother Raymond to lend our voice to the fight against poverty, social injustice, and racism in America. We're from Buffalo, New York, where a little over a month ago, our 86-year-old mother, Mrs. Ruth Whitfield, who was just leaving the nursing home caring for her soulmate of 68 years, our father, stopped to pick up a few groceries on the way home and was shot down like an animal, along with 9 other pillars of our community, murdered by an 18-year-old who believed in the lies of white supremacy and race replacement. Now, we know for a fact that it was him that pulled the trigger, but we also know that corrupt systems and evil people in high places loaded the gun and his empty head. We want to thank Reverend Barber for his leadership in this fight for social justice and the uplifting of the more than 140 million Americans that are living in poverty today, and for his visionary approach of inclusiveness as a strategy to deal with these issues. You see, poverty and the lack of resources and opportunity in Buffalo is what led this murderer to our community in the first place.
That's right.
In his 180-page manifesto, he talked about how because there was only one supermarket in our community, and because of that, he knew it would always be well populated with blacks who had no other options to buy fresh fruit, vegetables, and other healthy foods, that he would have this opportunity there. The very fact that our community is a food desert lends itself to being a target. So the racism and bigotry that is systemic in our society helped to create and sustain the poverty which made our mother and community a target. And we're here today to say enough is enough.
Enough is enough, brother.
Enough is enough. We waited too long for their better angels to treat us as human beings, deserving of equal access and opportunity in health care, education, employment, and the rest of the so-called American dream, which, for us poor people, is an American nightmare. As a Christian, we were raised as Christians by our parents. I'm reminded of the Beatitudes, which are part of Jesus' Sermon on the Mount. Blessed are the poor in spirit, those that mourn, the meek, those who hunger and thirst after righteousness, those who are merciful, those who are pure in heart, those who are peacemakers, persecuted, falsely accused, and insulted for his name's sake, for they shall be rewarded. But what I'm taking from this is this. It's time for us to stop being passive Christians. We got to get up.
That's it, bro.
We got to get off of those comfortable pews.
That's it.
We got to get out of these churches.
That's it.
We got to get out here and we got to advocate for the least of these. That's my understanding of the Word of God. Prayer is not a noun. It's a verb. It requires you to get up after you pray and walk the walk, talk the talk. We're here today to lend our voice to this effort. We're thankful for the opportunity. We're thankful for your prayers, but we need more than your prayers.
That's right.
We need action. God bless you.
That's right. Stay right there, bro. Somebody say action. Action. Say we will put legs and bodies and voices and votes and protests and marches on our prayers, in our prayers, until change comes. I want you all to hear, he said that boy identified the community as black by the level of poverty. 60.9% of black people are poor and low wealth, 26 million. 32% of white people, that's 66 million. None of these things are separated, just like these brothers are not separated. It was hard for them to come. We wanted to give them a little extra time. I'm honored that you would come, and I'm honored that they would say that while they're still crying, there is a kind of crying that after you're broken, it starts strengthening you. That's what the scripture means when it says, blessed are they that mourn. And what it means by there's a sound of Rachel mourning because her children are no more. She will not, or he will not be satisfied. And we will not be satisfied. As we come to, I want you for a moment to look at this sign, put it up on the screen. You see the text message. We need everybody while you're here to text to this number. Read it up here for me. Let me hear you all read it. Say it. 3. Say it one more time.
3, 8, 5, 4, 2.
Say it one more time.
3, 8, 5, 4, 2.
And what do you text? Moral. M-O-R-A-L to what? Everybody.
3, 8, 5, 4, 2.
Because today we are organizing too. You mobilize to a moment like this, and then you organize from the moment like this. As these others come, each of them is going to take 1 minute. And the reason we're doing this part of the program, and we'll have 2 more sections. Don't leave. You don't want to leave the end because we got something to do. But it's to show how it's all connected. So they're going to come with their best Gettysburg Address. You know, the Gettysburg Address wasn't but 1 minute, but everybody has to read it in history. And it was some of the most powerful words ever. So I want each of them to come with their best 1 minute, and then we go to a section on power. Because there's some lies being told about how much power poor and low folk really have. Well, today, the cat's coming out of the bag. Today, the truth will be told. And you will leave here knowing that we have more power than it has been told. And when they say the midterms or an election are settled, that's a lie, because they ain't felt us yet. So if each of you would come and bring your best 1 minute on your particular story.
Bishop Barber has asked me to talk about the legislation H.R. 40 reparations, which is a bill in Congress, amen. With 215 members supporting, you may have heard of it. It would establish a commission to study reparations proposals to address transgenerational poverty and the transgenerational loss of opportunity in the African American community, from the period of enslavement through the ongoing vestiges of enslavement, Jim Crow, lynchings, land loss, segregation, voter suppression, mass incarceration, police violence, gun violence, and loss of livable income. Why should a multiracial coalition support reparation? Is because black unemployment is perpetually twice that of white. It would take, according to United We Dream, Shaley 581 years For African Americans to reach income parity with whites, it would take until 2099. To reach parity in median wealth, it would take 150 years to close the black-white poverty wealth gap, and it would take 1,664 years, 55 generations, to end the home ownership gap. Why should a multiracial coalition support H.R. 40?
That's right.
Because as long as this country is allowed to establish a floor for African American poverty that is so low, it lowers the ceiling for us all. The lower the floor, the lower the ceiling, and the measures that establish the white middle class are now obsolete. That's why most of the white middle class is at best, like all of us here, the working poor.
Thank you,
the
my
longer
brother.
it takes to close the racial poverty gap, the longer it will to create a rising tide to lift all boats out of overall poverty. We ask you to contact your members of Congress to ask them to support H.R. 40.
Yes.
And I'm going to do like Oprah. I'm going to give something away. After today, go by 16th and Constitution to our red, black, and green reparations garden, where Dr. Barber picked up flowers to take home to honor his father, who fought for reparations. Pick up your flowers to take home. Red, black, and green flowers. Support H.R. 40.
Yes, sir.
Go to hr40song.com/reparations now. Download our new song, too, by our brother Nabil. God bless you. H.R. 40. Reparations now. H.R. 40. We won't back down. H.R. 40.
Reparations now. H.R. 40. We won't back down. And in this movement, we add to that, we believe that our Native American brothers and sisters ought to have reparations too. And anybody that's been hurt in this society. Bring them up, Liz.
All right, we got next Dante Sharp.
Dante Sharp, tell them your story. Give them your best Gettysburg Address.
I did 26 years in prison for a murder I didn't do in North Carolina. That's all I'm going to tell you about me. I'm not speaking to that power. I'm speaking to y'all because y'all the power. Everybody out here the power. That's what I see every time I come to one of these. I'm telling y'all, I just want to let y'all know how it is in prison for real from an innocent man viewpoint that did 26 years. We stacked on top of each other, housed like animals, health care, mental health, atrocious. It's garbage. All I ask y'all to do is get out there and vote and get those judges and district attorney out of office, because that's what kept me in office. But since I've been home, all I want to do and all I've been doing is speaking through Forward Justice and with Reverend Barber and the Poor People Campaign, trying to use my voice to set these guys free, because they're not animals in prison. All human beings. I don't care what they did, how long they got. At the end of the day, we are all still human beings. And God bless y'all, and I thank y'all for having me here.
When I visited Dante Sharp in prison, he told me the day he got out, he would start fighting to change. He was in jail longer than when they first arrested him at 19 and lied on him. And he's a fighter. Give it up! And we want to go a little deeper. We got a professor, my sister from Yale, to talk to us about how deep this really is and why we must make this a part of any fight that is serious about addressing poverty and low wealth.
Good afternoon. My name is Tracy Mears, and I'm here to make a simple point. Mass incarceration creates and deepens poverty and dampens our power to make policies to ensure that everyone has a right to live. 2 million people are held in this country's jails and prisons, hundreds of thousands before they have even been convicted of any crime. 60,000 youths under the age of 18 are incarcerated. 2.7 million children have at least one incarcerated parent. And people who are incarcerated are 10 times more likely to experience homelessness. They're less educated. They attain GEDs and high school degrees rather than college degrees. And we know these credentials are critical for jobs that pay living wages and access to health care. For those who are incarcerated, the prison health system is often the first time in their lives they receive any kind of treatment for chronic conditions such as diabetes or asthma. All of us should have access to the goods of citizenship, education, health care, housing, clean water. And we all as citizens should have the opportunity to embrace the love and energy that people like Mr. Sharp, my new friend, Denise, and my former neighbor, Winfred Rembert. Please read his Pulitzer Prize winning memoir. We should have the opportunity to have them contribute to our communities. Every person in our community must be able to play a role to make the change we need. Thank you.
Say everybody must play a role to make the change we need. Professor, this is your army now. This is the army for the footnotes that you produce. Next person.
We got Kelly Robinson and Patricia Wilson from Planned Parenthood.
Come on up.
All right, y'all. Hey, everybody, I'm Kelly Robinson. I'm the Executive Director of Planned Parenthood Action Fund. I'm honored to be here. Y'all, I'm even more honored to be the granddaughter of Retta Mae, Al, John, and Helen, the descendants of the first free black people in Iowa, the daughter of the enslaved people who survived the trip to America. I'm here because I'm holding fast to that promise of freedom that our ancestors fought for. They were fighting for our ability to control our own bodies, to determine our own futures, to be the architects of our own destinies. And that's the fight that we're fighting right now. Any day now, the Supreme Court is going to take away our constitutional right to abortion care.
No.
This isn't just about abortion. This is about the generations who have fought for our country to recognize our humanity, for us to be written into the Constitution, and they're trying to kick us out of it. Y'all, what I'm here to tell you is that we are proclaiming adamantly and defiantly that we will not go back. We are not going to be silent.
Will not go back.
And y'all, I have my friend, my colleague, my fellow freedom fighter here with me, Patricia. She's a mom of two. She's a business owner from Baltimore, Maryland, and she's a storyteller for Planned Parenthood.
Somebody shout, we will not go back.
Hi, my name is Patricia Watson. Thank you, Kelly. Y'all already know me now, so we family. Hey, cousins. Let's talk abortions. I've had two. I had my first when I was 18. I was totally in love, or so I thought. First time I had sex, boom, got pregnant. I was not ready to raise a child. I ain't had no money. I ain't had no sense. The second time I had abortion, I was in a very abusive relationship. At this point, I tried to get my tubes tied, but I was told no because I wasn't 40, even though I had two sons. The day I found out I was pregnant, I thought it'd be the last day of me living. I had to go and tell this monster that I was pregnant. I didn't know if he'd be joyful and think, all right, I got my grips in you now, or if he would kill me. I worried about my sons financially and emotionally. I knew I couldn't support another child. Social services is hard to navigate. It's hard to get food stamps, hard to keep them, hard to get Section 8, hard to keep it, hard to get health insurance, and extremely hard to keep it. Gas is like $100 million a gallon. People forget all of that. They forget about after birth the cause. Abortion is just a thing people do, but it's not a dirty thing, but at times it's necessary. We cannot be silent about the problems facing affordability and accessibility anymore. Silence is acceptance, and we cannot keep accepting it. We have to have these uncomfortable conversations. We have to be vocal. We got to stop being weak in the knees and stand up.
Give it up. That's right. Stand up. Look at your neighbor and say, neighbor, it's wrong to give a rapist more control over a woman's body than that woman. It's wrong if a woman would die to give death more power over her body than she has. And we won't be silent anymore.
All right, our next two speakers are Reverend Cheryl Moore and Sydney Saxon, representing our youth.
I'm Pastor Cheryl Moore of Zion Temple United Church of Christ in Durham, North Carolina. The indomitable Marion Wright Elderman once said, and I quote, "If we don't stand up for children, then we don't stand for much at all." Well, America, we are here today to stand up for our children.
We are here to stand up for the nearly 20% of our children who live in poverty in our country. 28% of all African American children, 23% of all Native American children, and 22% of all Hispanic children, and 8% of all white children live in poverty in our country. America, you promised that no child would be left behind. Yet poverty is the primary reason for educational disparities and equitable resources in our communities. We are here to stand up for children from low-income and no-income households who struggle to keep up because America has let them down.
That's right.
We are here to stand up for children who have difficulties feeding their minds because they're trying to figure out how to feed their bodies. Children who have the right but have to stand up against too many wrongs. Children who have the smart but don't have the substance. Children who deserve a piece of heaven but are living in sheer hell right now. America, if we don't stand up for our children, then we don't stand up for much at all. And standing with us today is 15-year-old Sydney Saxon. Come on, Sid.
Give it up for this young sister. Give it up for her. Come on, make her feel welcome. Make her feel welcome.
In his I Have a Dream speech, Dr. King said, instead of honoring this sacred obligation, America has given the Negro people a bad check, a check which has come back marked insufficient funds. I'm tired of the clear funding divide we can see when we visit other schools, and I'm tired of having to teach some of my friends things because their schools cut it out of the curriculum. America loves to talk about how children are the future and use children as examples when they want to fight for change, but they still have us begging for change.
That's right.
I'm tired of begging for fair treatment in this great country. I'm tired of begging for my life in active shooter drills. Aren't we tired of the thoughts and prayers that you gave my mother's generation when Columbine happened? Then why are we still giving them to my generation now? I wonder when America is going to get their own stimulus check to give kids the funding they deserve. I'm tired of picturing my future being me on the street with a dirty cup and a ripped up shirt that says, "You can keep your coins, we came for change."
Yeah!
America! Our children are not our future. They are our right now. So stand up right now. Stand up.
Right now. Stand up. Stand up.
Right now.
And we want you to know that while we challenge every rogue, every police system that would kill people, we have people in our community that are firewomen and firemen and policewomen and policemen who try to do the right thing. Many of them don't even make a living wage and are put to suffer without health care. Representing that is Reverend Dr. Della Owens to tell our story and to call this nation to listen.
Firsthand, the intersections between health care and poverty. Growing up seeing my mother making decisions whether or not to pay bills or pay for medication that my father needed. And having worked as a city employee with the North Carolina, you're not considered vested until after working 5 years with the agency. And as serving as a police officer, after 2 years, I was diagnosed with systemic lupus, which makes it difficult to continue your medical insurance without paying a very high cost because of premiums. Because of my illness, I was transferred to a civilian position, losing my police commission, which meant that I could not receive full benefits when I retired from the department. I was denied disability, which can force some people to live from check to check. This should never be a threat or worry to anyone. And as police and as first responders are protecting our citizens, we must demand that our government protect all citizens by providing universal health care for the 87 million people who are living underinsured or without health care. And that is why I am here today, standing with the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for more revival, and I will not be silent.
League of Women Voters, my dear sister, Lord have mercy. We're going to have all the women and all the brothers working together fighting for change. Welcome, Virginia Solomon. Welcome the sister with us. And I didn't realize that one of the great civil rights leaders of our time and lawyers, Al McShirley, is standing on the stage. He helped lead the effort to beat back voter suppression in North Carolina, and with his daughter, would y'all just stand with Virginia Solomon and wave at him, Al, let him know you're here. He has been believing. He was with Dr. King. He was fighting in Kentucky, and we love him as a senior in our midst.
I love Bishop Barber, let me tell you. But today, this is a power revolution. Say it with me, this is a power revolution rooted in love. And we are here putting our elected officials and those running for office on notice. Don't ask for our vote if you are not going to legislate on behalf of marginalized people. Don't tell us you support voting rights if you aren't passing legislation to protect and expand the ballot. Don't tell us you support a woman's right to choose, but you aren't willing to codify Roe v. Wade into law. Don't tell us you believe every person deserves equality health care, but you aren't fighting to make that a reality. Don't talk about a $15 hour minimum wage. Legislate an increase to the minimum wage. We are here to say we are no longer asking. Now we are telling, and we shall not be moved. We will not stay silent anymore. Peace, love, and power.
Let's get it first.
Hello, I don't think anybody's told you enough, but you're all beautiful, and thank you for being here with me. My name is Jessica Roloff, and I'm here for my mother and every other parent who goes to sleep at night crying because they can't provide for their children. I grew up on a dairy farm, and the federal farm policies of the 1980s changed everything. My family and our neighbors were forced out because the system gives preference to large and corporate farm owners. My mother went from being an owner-operator to a low-wage worker in a meatpacking plant with unsafe working conditions. When she gave birth to my brother, she was expected to get back on the line within 3 days. She spent the last half of her life working overnights in the ER. The work was hard, but she had a union. The city council has now sold the hospital to a private entity, eliminating the union. Finally, in 2020, my mother died during the pandemic. Who makes decisions matters.
That's right.
We are rural, but live at the intersection of the world. We are indigenous people and immigrants from Mexico and Central America. We're refugees from Somalia and Myanmar and fourth-generation American immigrants like me. And people are trying to amass power by getting us to distrust, fear, and hate one another.
That's right.
And I say we can live in optimism, or we can die in despair. And voting won't fix everything, but we're in the fight for our lives. And we need every tool available. And I need you to find people who you share pains and hopes with, and I need you to vote together. Not just in major elections, but I need you there in every election. Right. And we're going to do this because we still believe in the power to move this country forward.
Give it up for my dear sister.
Move forward.
Come
and we're
on.
not going to take one step back.
Not one
I
step.
love you, Mom.
I want you all to look at this picture on this stage, because this is the kind of coalition that can fundamentally change. That's why they work so hard to keep us from one another. Dr. King said in 1965 that the great fear of the aristocracy in this country would be for the masses of poor Negroes and the masses of poor white folk to come together and build a political voting bloc that could change the economic architecture of the country. Well, today, if we can get white farmers together with black folk and Latinos and Asians and Natives, that's what this is all about. One more to the stage. Where's my dear sister Fernandez? She has 8 children She's taking on children, others threw away. I want her on this stage and these babies from West Virginia. Her and her husband are fighting. And we said that we would stand with this sister in West Virginia. She's taking on children, others would. When we get this kind of coalition together, Liz, invite somebody to the mic now to tell us what kind of power we really have.
We want to call on the Policy Director of the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival, Shally Gupta Barnes.
These testimonies we've been hearing all morning, they are more than just stories. They are the basis of a moral, political, and economic agenda that can unite 140 million people in this country, 40% of the country, to take action together across race, across gender and sexual orientation, across faith, in every region, state, and county, and every line that's ever been used to divide this powerful political force. And it is powerful because these 140 poor and low-income people account for one-third of the electorate.
Say that again.
One-third. 1 out of every 3 voters in this country has a stake in an agenda that centers poor and low-income people. We call this a third Reconstruction agenda. And if 1/3 of the electorate was organized around it, we could change everything, our maps, our priorities, and we could revive the heart and soul of this democracy. So it is up to us. It is up to this campaign and anyone who is suffering from injustice and knows that this does not have to be, who knows that we are all deserving of the best and most of this country, no matter what we look like, where we live, who we love, what language we speak. It is up to us to organize and mobilize this new and unsettling force of poor and low-income people and poor and low-income voters to the polls.
That's right.
For those of you who may not know this campaign yet, you will, because we will be in the streets, at the legislature, in the courts, and at the ballot box. This is our promise. We won't be silent anymore, and our deadline is victory. Our deadline is victory.
Charlie, before you leave, is it also not true that in battleground states, poor and low-wealth people represent 45% of the electorate?
It is.
Is it not true that in 15 states, if poor and low-wealth people would just vote between 1 and 25% higher than they did in 2020, they could determine every election from the state house to the Congress to the White House? They can?
And they will.
How many of you will join us after this to organize and knock on doors and demand that people hear our agenda? Touch your neighbor, say, neighbor, don't sit on the power that we have. Now say it loud, the stones that the builders have rejected now have the power to be the chief cornerstone in building a third Reconstruction. And this is the day that the Lord has made. As they leave, I feel justice ringing in my soul. I feel justice ringing in my soul. 1, 2, 3, 4. y'all look at the screen, this lady was over 90 years old. She's gone on now. But when we got in the fight for voting rights, she said, they think I'm going to die, but I'm not dying till we win. And we won. But listen to what she has to say. And then immediately after her, we have the Panhellenic Council coming and emerging unions. And the reason I'm bringing them together, we're bringing them together, is because we can't separate this stuff. Each one of them will have 1 minute and will introduce an impacted person. In this movement, if you've come to grandstand or stand at the stage by yourself, you're in the wrong movement. It's all of us and not some of us. Listen to the screen.
I woke up this morning with my mind, come on y'all, stay on freedom.
Now we need to commemorate, we need to motivate, and we need to educate for the good of the people. The other night, when they announced something about some fraud, I said, why they keep lying? Because, and I want to tell you what I got up there in the hot seat for, time after time, is that they were doing that to set us back.
That's right.
And we should get interested. Everybody, go home. Tell the people, you're on the street. Don't just go to the store to get groceries. Go there, and if you see somebody, tell them about the movement. I didn't plan to march. I want heels out on my shoes. Come on. You got to open up your mouth and be a committee of one. I can tell you. Say, we the people. 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 Say, fed up. Fed up. Fired up. Fed up. Fed up. Fired up. Fired up. Thank you so very much.
Of the Fratters and Soros, they are coming together with emerging union fights at Dollar General, at Maximus. Give them to me. At Fight for 15, One Fair Wage, Starbucks. Do you know that people who serve us in restaurants today only make $2.13 an hour before tips, and many of them could not even qualify for the pandemic relief. We cannot have that. The brothers and sisters of the PAN will introduce themselves, and then they will introduce the impacted person from their midst that will speak to us as well.
Good afternoon. Any Greeks in the house? All the Greeks, let me hear you Greeks. All right. My name is Spencer Bruce. I'm the Executive Director for the National Panhellenic Council. My job merely is to introduce some of these fabulous people that are on the stage behind me. So let me be short to the point to let you know that we support all of the activities and we support all of what we're doing here today. I'm going to introduce now the National President for the National Panhellenic Council, Ms. Donna Anderson.
Thank you very much. It's such a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day to come out. Thank you for having us here today. I represent the 9 majority fraternities and sororities that make up the National Panhellenic Council, or affectionately known as the Divine Nine. Divine Nine, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated, Happy Centennial Sorors, and Iota Phi Theta Fraternity Incorporated. On behalf of the Council of Presidents, Chairman Reuben Shelton, Esquire, I bring greetings to you from the Council of Presidents, the Divine Nine, and NPHC. We are stronger together. And, okay, my time is up. I have so much I want to say, but we have to cut it short. But you'll hear more from NPHC. Go to nphchq.com. Love you all.
Love you. We're all together.
I'm Dr. Willis Lanzer, General President of Alpha Phi Alpha. Much like our brothers, Brother King and Bishop Barber, all of the Divine Nine stands behind the concept of the Modern Poor People's Campaign. We believe in universal health. We believe in a $15 minimum wage, immigration reform, and we stand with the restitution of convicted felons' voting rights and the end to voter suppression tactics. Today, we are proud to bring forward one of our own, a member of Zeta Phi Beta, Ms. Tasha Powell, who will share her experience. But just know, the Divine Nine stands in support of you, and we will not relent. Ms. Powell.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. I bring you greetings from Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, Beta Zeta Chapter, Washington, D.C., with the international president being Valerie Hollingworth Baker. I come to you today to let you know I have worked over 6 years with displaced families, and the reason why they're being displaced is because of low wages, and that plays such a big part with homelessness and being displaced in the District of Columbia. I see all over the District of Columbia where developers are building all of these buildings, but yet they're not making it affordable for people like myself and my counterparts to be able to afford living in the District of Columbia. The average house for one bedroom runs for $1,800 a month. Now, how can we, as a people of the District of Columbia, be able to afford this? We cannot afford this. My sorority, Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, along with the Divine Nine, stands firmly against high wages. Minimum wages need to be $15 or more, and affordable housing needs to happen not next year, not the year before, not the year to come, but right now. We need to stand firm for affordable housing and higher minimum pay, because minimum wages that we are getting here in the District of Columbia and throughout the United States of America, we cannot afford to live in these luxury apartments that these developers are continuously building within the District of Columbia and all over the world, that think that we can afford these one bedroom, even a studio bedroom apartment starts at $1,800 in the District of Columbia. We have to stand firm. We have to fight for what is right. We will not give up. Power to the people.
Come on and say it. Power to the people. Power to the people. Not tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Right now. Not tomorrow. Right now. Let's thank the brothers and sisters of the Divine Nine, the panel and the council. I made a mistake. Mary Kay Henry and Fred Ruttman are here to bring on the union. Now, you know, we get white folk from Mississippi and black folk from Alabama and all the union folk together and native folk together. Sounds like we got a reconstruction. Sounds like we got a revolution. Sounds like we have a resurrection. You don't want to leave because we got something powerful at the end. All of us going to do something together. Mary Kay Henry, $11.99. Fred Ruttman, Secretary Treasurer of the AFL-CIO, coming to the podium right now.
Good afternoon, everybody. Are there any union members in the house? All right. I want to first of all bring you greetings from the 12.5 million working people in 57 unions who represent
workers in every sector in this country.
Give it up
the
for them.
AFL-CIO.
Give it up! Millions!
It is great to be with you today. I want to thank Reverend Barber and Reverend Dr. Theo Harris for inviting us here today and for their unyielding commitment to poor and low-wage workers. And it's great to see so many people dedicated to this cause and to this effort. But we all know that we should not have to be here. We should not have to join together in the streets and march and lift our voices to put an end to poverty, because poverty is a failure. It's a failure of the system, not of the people. You know, being poor is not the failure. Being poor is not a crime. The crime is accepting a system that allows for poverty. Poverty exists because we allow it to exist. Dr. King knew that. He saw poverty for what it was, a moral failure of our government. A government that allows its people to go hungry, to live unsheltered, to live sick or injured without access to health care is a morally bankrupt government.
Yes, sir.
And that's why Dr. King launched the Poor People's Campaign to advocate for the full humanity of every single person in this country. Because Dr. King knew you could not have racial justice without economic justice. And that is why Dr. King worked so hard to bring the civil rights movement and the labor movement together. Because that is what the labor movement does. The labor movement, we advocate for workers, for better wages and benefits, for a safe job, for dignity and respect at work for all workers. Unions fight injustice in our community. We fight discrimination.
Yes.
It is no mistake the wealthy and the right wing keep trying to limit the powers of unions, to silence the voice of working people. Because when workers cannot collectively bargain for their own future, workers are exploited, workers are pushed down and pushed out. And the economic inequality that has plagued our nations for centuries keeps expanding. We cannot continue to accept a world where the CEO makes 300 times more than the average worker.
That's right. Teach us, friend.
Where millionaires and billionaires pay lower taxes than the average American. We cannot accept a world where social programs like Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, and the Affordable Care Act are under constant threat. Now, I believe that unions is the best vehicle to eradicate poverty. But we can't do it alone. We need all of us sticking together. All of us sticking together, standing out for a more just country and a more fair nation. Thank y'all very much.
Give it up for Fred Ruffin. Everybody shout solidarity forever. America Henry.
Thank you. I am so proud on behalf of the 2 million members of SEIU and the millions more fighting all across this country to join together in unions and stand with the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for a moral revival. Forward together.
Not one step back.
Forward together.
Not one step back.
And that's what healthcare workers came to do. Not one step back from Healthcare Pennsylvania, Healthcare Michigan, $11.99 United Healthcare Workers East from New York, Maryland, New Jersey, and Florida, and $11.99 West Virginia, Ohio, and Kentucky. Janitors and security officers from 32BJ and public workers from 500 in SEIU, Virginia, and 73 Illinois. And then we have the fight for 15 in a union leadership.
That's right. In the house.
Yeah, in the house, Reverend Barber. From Florida and Wisconsin, from Raise Up in North Carolina and Georgia, and South Carolina. the Starbucks workers organizing all over the country.
Starbucks workers!
And in solidarity with the Memphis 7, because we say we are here today on behalf of every worker fighting for unions for all, and every voter fighting for a government that works for all. Our votes this November are not a show of support. They are a demand. And we demand that every corporation and every elected official hear us. And that's why I am so proud to stand today with the fearlessness and courage of the workers. I'm proud to introduce Nikki Taylor from the Starbucks Memphis 7. Beth Schaefer from Raise Up in South Carolina.
Raise up!
Christina Jimenez, who is organizing Maximus call centers with the Communication Workers of America. And Richard Joseph, a Family Dollar worker who has the courage to organize across the South. And Nataki Rhodes, who is a longtime tipped worker fighting for one fair wage, because the minimum wage has to be a wage for everyone. Tipped workers can't have a sub-minimum wage any longer. And so now let me turn to Nikki Taylor from the Memphis 7 with Starbucks Workers United.
Solidarity. As they come to bring their best Gettysburg address, we want you to know we've got 20 minutes left. Don't leave. We got to do something at the end real powerful. Give it to the nation right now. These are the emerging union fights in the country, and they're the baddest thing out here.
All right, so I'm going to start with this slogan we just started using, and that's with Starbucks billions. Starbucks workers should not be poor people. Most of us are making under $15 an hour, and if that, in my eyes and everybody's eyes, that is not a living wage. So therefore, we chose to organize, and that is reason number one as to why we organize. We are working under unsafe conditions, working with no protection between people throwing drinks at us, throwing punches at us, and calling us slurs every day. And this is why we organize. It takes a Starbucks to reach almost 30 years to make what our CEO makes in a year. And to me, that's ridiculous. And that is why we organize. Why we organize is because the union is going to give us a voice that we never had before. And therefore, we're going to stand up and fight for that voice. Our CEO has not stopped the wave. As right now, we stand at 160 Starbucks stores unionized. Let me say that one more time. 160. 6 months ago, it was 0. We have fought against their union busting to come in and fire me and 6 of my comrades. The store that they thought was going to lose, baby, we got that union. We won. So, I'm going to leave that because I know we got 1 minute and I'm going to say true like nobody else did. But anyway, if you guys want to, please find us. We have a pledge you can sign so that you can support the Starbucks workers. And we're going to send you information on what's going on. You'll be able to keep up with them numbers. Because, baby, by next week, it's going to be 200.
Say that.
And the week after that, we're going for 3. And I'm going to leave you with this. Let me rest. After I say no contract, I need y'all to say no coffee. Can we do that? No contract. No coffee. No contract.
No coffee.
No contract.
No coffee.
Thank you.
Everybody shout solidarity. Forever.
Hello, Poor People's Campaign. Good afternoon to my brothers and sisters, all the tent workers and restaurant workers. Let me hear you holler. My name is Nataki Rose. I am a one fair wage leader at One Fair Wage. I worked as a restaurant worker for 14 years. I put up with sexual harassment and so much more in order to feed my son as a single mother. That's because of the sub minimum wage for tip workers. After the emancipation, the restaurant industry wanted to hire new freely slaves and not pay them anything. The tip worker wage has gone up from zero after emancipation to only $2.13 an hour right now, today, in the United States, over 160 years later. With the pandemic, our tips went down and customer harassment went up. So millions of us have left the industry and we are leaving right now. We are thrilled that workers nationwide are realizing their worth and refusing to work unless they are getting one fair wage, a full livable wage. I have been in this movement for 10 years now.
10 years.
And because of the great resignation, the great revolution, we are about to win. Right here in Washington, D.C., we are making one fair wage a reality, putting Initiative 82 on the ballot this November.
That's
and
right.
It's going to pass.
That's right.
And then D.C. is going to lead the way to end the legacy of slavery and win one fair wage.
Give it up for my dear sister. Give it up for my sister.
We are planning to follow up in 25 states with our bill and our ballot initiative. It took over 160 years, but one fair wage, we are finally here. And workers deserve that chance.
You said one thing. I want you to say it again. Say, I've been fighting.
I've been fighting
10 years.
10 years.
And we will win.
And we will win.
Give it up for my sister. Next one. Bring it up. Say solidarity. Forever.
My name is Christina Jimenez. I work for Maximus, a federally contracted employer. I am with Medicare. I don't understand why I have to answer questions about health care when I don't even have health care for myself. I am a single mother of three children. Why do I have to say, oh, I gotta go to work, baby, I'm sorry, I can't take you to the doctor today? It is a shame. Why do we have people that have 13 per hour when we're supposed to be at 15? We deserve more. More. What do we deserve?
Thank you, much.
Everything costs so much.
That's right.
Why?
That's right. Breathe.
We are not numbers. We are human.
That's right.
We are human.
We are human. Say that with us. Say, we are not numbers. We are human. We are not numbers. We are human. My sister, let the other sister come to the mic. We got to get her up. Come on.
How y'all doing? My name is Beth Schaefer. I'm with Raise Up, Charleston Fight for 15, and a union. I have been struggling to pay my bills since I've been working at 16 years old. I work full-time at KFC and a second job at a gas station. I work 64 hours a week, 7 days a week. I am exhausted.
Yes.
My wages are so low that I'm facing eviction every month. Eviction would mean that me and my disabled father would be homeless. I know I'm not alone. There are so many people who work for billion-dollar companies and still end up homeless. Why? Because the federal minimum wage is sentencing us to poverty. My home state of South Carolina is like the rest of the South and the Midwest. Our minimum wage has not gone up in 13 years. Our government is catering to corporate greed, and us workers are paying the price. And it's disproportionately black and brown workers, especially women of color, who are carrying the burden of a minimum wage in this country. So we demand that our government raise federal minimum wage to at least $15 an hour. We demand that our government pass the PRO Act and make it easier for workers to form unions, because we need a collective voice on our jobs. Low-wage workers, we run this country. It's our labor that creates wealth. We have so much power than we realize. When we organize, we have the power to change this country. So keep organizing and keep fighting.
Wait a minute. You can't drop that and say that. Say low wage.
Low wage.
Workers. We run this country.
We run this country.
So act like it.
Act like it.
Vote like it.
Vote like
and
it.
refuse to be silent anymore.
And refuse to be silent anymore.
All right, my brother.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Richard Joseph, and I work at Family Dollar. I've been there for 3 years. They started me off with $10 an hour. Every time a new year rolls by, instead of them giving us a decent raise, they give us 15 cents. What can we do with that? We have families to support. We have everything to look forward to. We're about to go into a recession, to tell you the truth, because of the wages. Everything is going up. Gas is going up. Food is going up. So what do these companies expect us to do? We have families to raise. A couple of months ago, we had the HR come down. I thought he was coming to discuss a raise. Okay. You know what he come for? Because he don't want to see us with a union. That ain't right.
That ain't right.
That's not right. I want to thank you. Forward together.
Not one step. Stay right here, brother. Something's wrong when billionaires made $2 trillion through this pandemic, while 8 million more people fell into poverty. And that's why we can't be silent anymore. Is that right? Give it up for these emerging unions for showing us the way. Now we got people here that have come on buses as far as 15 hours away. All the way in the back, let me hear you shout. All the way to 14th Street, let me hear you. And they've got cameras, but we must honor them. We've got 4 unions that are coming, representing all the unions that are supporting. Everybody that comes, you've got exactly 1 minute. Not 1 minute, 1 second. Not 1 minute, 2 seconds. We all said this all before we got here. And then we're bringing up the organizations, and each organization gets one person, either the president or to say why we will keep organizing together. Come on up as the unions come. And I want to give a shout out to George Gresham and that mighty union called SEIU 1199. They brought over 60 buses from around the country. Y'all tell George I say hello, all right? All right. You got your best Gettysburg address? Let's go.
Greetings, peace and blessings. I'm Millie Silva of 1199 UHE. The Purple People. We are here as part of a 70-bus delegation of healthcare workers from Massachusetts, New Jersey, Maryland, D.C., and Florida. And we stand with you, Bishop Barber, and everyone who is a part of the Poor People's Campaign. On behalf of our president, George Gresham, and the 450,000 healthcare workers we represent in our union, we are here to declare we stand with each and every one of you who's organizing to end poverty in this country. The poverty where some of us have a living wage and others do not. The poverty where some of us have a home to live in and others of us are on the streets. The poverty of spirit that allows for systemic racism to exist instead of the love that we need for each and every one of us as humans. Sisters and brothers, family, we have to stand together because this country is rich and it needs to share the wealth. There is a sickness in this country, and as healthcare workers, we are looking for the cure. But as we learned in this pandemic, here is what we know. We are the ones to save ourselves. We are the cure. It is us. It is each and every one of us. Those of us who are here today and those of us who are here back at home. Because at 1199 we know an injury to one is an injury to all. And so we stand together in the spirit of 1199's founders and in those of us for the next generation. Let's do this together. During this pandemic, we went through one of the toughest contract negotiations in all of our states. And our call to each other was this: to win this fight, we must unite. To win this fight, we must unite.
To win this fight,
we must unite.
Bring on the testifiers. Give them a hand. Let them feel welcome.
As I stand shoulder to shoulder with you all, recognizing this march on the weekend of Juneteenth, I am empowered, encouraged to end poverty, build power for workers, transform our country. My name is Lilith Clackin. I'm a proud member of 1199 SEIU, representing New York State. I am a home care worker. I am a delegate representing my co-workers and a certified and licensed home care aide. I can safely say I have contributed positively to people's lives, making it possible for elderly and sick people to live in their homes and receive compassionate care. I worked throughout the pandemic, being an asthmatic and living with my grandchildren, giving my health conditions. I feel very blessed to have survived. Many of us who march today have not been recognized for our contributions.
That's right.
And so it is with this in mind, we know without the voices of the people holding our employers and elected leaders responsible to deliver for us fair wages. Let us not forget the dark period our country faced for 2 long years. Death stared us in the face. A virus wiped us out. Low-income families were so much more impacted. Let us recognize the essential workers, end poverty, build power for workers, transform.
Recognize us. Say, recognize us.
Hello, my name is LaTanya Davis. I'm a proud member of the 1199 SCU Unit Healthcare Workers East. I'm a secretary in Miami. I'm a mother of 3 boys, 14, 18, 19, so you would know what my grocery bill must look like. My rent just went up $300. I guess it'll be just me and God trying to figure out how I'm going to survive it. Honestly, I'm not sure how I would support my family. I've worked in the same hospital for 16 years and I've learned I'm still under $16. Many of my sisters and brothers all around Florida have it even worse than me. The hospital and nursing homes workers privileging life-saving care every single day. but they can't even afford their own health care insurance. It's getting to the point, guys, is that if we're not out here being together like this, we're not going to make it. So I'm just glad to see you guys out here. Let's keep on fighting.
Let's keep on fighting. She is why we must fight. Next union. Is there anybody else? Is that it? Next.
The United Electrical Radio Machine Workers of America, UE, is proud to be here at the Mass Poor Peoples and Low-Wage Workers Assembly and Moral March on Washington and to the polls. Our union believes in organizing and mobilizing the working class. We believe in aggressive struggle. We believe in militancy, civil disobedience, and good trouble. We know that there is just one solution to poverty and inequality. Organize, organize, organize. Organize in the streets like we're doing here today. Organize to the ballot box like we will all be doing in November, and organize in the workplace. Every workplace we see how poverty and systematic racism work together to exploit the working class and keep us in poverty. In every workplace, the boss tries to divide workers by race, by gender, by nationality, by sexual orientation, in any way they can to keep us divided. But workers are fighting back. And I'm proud to say that the UE is organizing across all sectors of the working class. And right to work for less, North Carolina and Virginia, collective bargaining for public sector workers is illegal. We've been organizing and successfully engaging in aggressive struggle, militancy, and good trouble. Many of those workers are here today with us, and I want to introduce UE 150 member Bryce Carter from the North Carolina Public Service Workers Union.
Thank you.
Greetings, everybody. My name is Bryce Carter. I'm the Vice President of North Carolina Public Service Workers Union, UE Local 150. Serve on the National Executive Board and Steering Committee of the Southern Workers Assembly, member of Black Workers for Justice, and I'm also a street maintenance worker for the city of Greensboro. We know the biggest tool to fight against systemic poverty and racism can be unions. Down south, a region where nearly 60% of all black people live and work, we are in a fight for our lives to organize workers and to overturn Jim Crow-era law that bans workers from collective bargaining.
That's right.
Certainly, North Carolina has some of the worst repressive anti-union laws. Collective bargaining is a critical expression of workers organized for power. However, even without collective bargaining, our union has been able to raise the minimum wage for tens of thousands of workers up to and beyond $15 per hour. By organizing city workers across the state, we won $15 minimum wage in 6 largest cities. This was no easy task. We pushed leaders in council meetings, rallied workers in the streets, had the support of the community, handed out flyers, held press conferences, made many phone calls to our members, conferred meetings.
Thank you, my brother.
We also wanted it all for all state employees. Just this spring, we won a minimum wage of $20 per hour for city workers in the city of Charlotte. Keep fighting.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother. Next. You're not here. There she is. So you're not here.
Unite here.
Right now.
Right now. Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Hunt, International President of Unite Here and President of Local 634.
Yes.
I represent the cafeteria workers of the school district of Philadelphia, and we say enough is enough.
Enough.
Enough of more work, less pay. Enough of employees undervaluing our work. Enough of poverty wages. Enough of us having to figure out whether to pay our bills and put food
Casino workers need a raise. Now is our time because we say enough is enough because it's power of the workers and the power of the workers don't stop. I now want to introduce my union brother, Timothy Freeman from Unite Here Local 274.
Brother Freeman, thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. And I'm just going to add on for my sister Nicole just to say, we shouldn't have to feel this way. We shouldn't have to live this way during these times and everything. We feel like we're suffocated, where we can't breathe with ease. And at this time, we got to continue to do what we're doing every day, demanding what we need. Winning unions everywhere. We got to start by getting up in their faces. Don't stop till they hear it. Don't stop till they hear our voices heard. And don't stop till we can't breathe freely. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. And when we vote, we win.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, brother. Now, we don't often think about flight attendants being among poor and low-wage workers. But the president of the flight attendants is here, and to introduce someone today.
My name is Sarah Nelson, president of the Association of Flight Attendants, CWA. Now they say a rising tide lifts all boats. But as my friend shared with me recently, do not focus on the individual boats. We are the rising tide. Welcome everyone into the tide. The billionaires didn't earn that money, they stole it from us. They're stealing our productivity, our time, our democracy, our future. And as you'll hear from my brother in a minute, they're stealing from us by defining our value as less than what we all should be because it's a different business model. We won't beat the capitalists in Washington until we beat them in the workplace. So if you want to see change, build your union. Unions are for everyone. If you're done with poverty, build your union. If you believe a woman should have dominion over her body, build your union. If you want for someone else what you want for yourself, even if they are different from you, build your union. Now let's hear from Derek McDaniel, a 22-year Air Wisconsin flight attendant, who's going to tell us that poverty doesn't fly.
My sister said, come back, sister. This is my dear sister here. Come here. We stand together. Listen, those of you in the back, I want you to start making your way. We've got something we got to do to show the nation. And if you're in the back, I see you at 7th Street, 8th Street, 9th Street. Come back this way. I declare the buses won't leave. But we got to finish like we started, together. And there's no better way that you could have spent 4 hours today. Am I right? In fact, it needs to be 24 hours, 7 days a week. Hear what we got to say. And change America. Come on, my brother.
Thank you, Sarah. Hey, DC. I came here to talk to you today because I have a big mouth. The truth is, I've never been quiet about it. I came to get into the good trouble, start some good trouble. Who told us that? I'm here to talk about an unfair business practice that's causing poverty in the airline industry, that's pitting the regional flight attendants against the major flight attendants, and it's unfair. When you buy a ticket on United Airlines, you might actually be flying on an Air Wisconsin flight. There is no difference between the pain of United Express, United, American Eagle, American Delta, Delta Connection. Regional flight attendants are making 65% less than our major counterparts. We do the same job, we want the same pay. Talk to me, DC, because I came here to cause some good trouble. Do you feel me? I'm here to talk about an unfair business practice that's creating poverty.
That's right.
I'm here to tell you that most of the majority of flight attendants are still women and getting underpaid, which that means that's discrimination in 2022.
That's right.
Talk to me, DC, if you hear me. What are we going to do about it? We go forward together.
Not one step back.
We keep doing this because if we're not showing up and we're not screaming, somebody's voices is not getting heard. That's unacceptable. Talk to me, DC.
That's right.
We are the Association of Flight Attendants. We are your brothers and sisters, and we stand with you.
Look at somebody and say, I stand with you. You stand with me. And we can change this thing. As the unions take their leave of the stage, give them a big hand. Somebody say, which side are you on? I'm on the freedom side. How many of y'all on the freedom side? And on the justice side? Again, those of you that are on 8th Street and 9th Street, come on this way so we can end together. Now you notice something today. Have you noticed that nobody came today to speak for people? We promised at the beginning of this movement that we would build a stage for impacted people to speak. Not everybody can. I see some of your signs, but you have to hear and love what you see happening today. We're modeling what you ought to do in your states and in your cities. Too often, people who have been like an organizational head, it's good to hear the head, but we need to hear the people. And that's why today nobody came to speak for people. The people speaking for themselves. That's what will change this. Now, here at the end, we have the presidents or their representatives of various peer groups that agreed to this early on. Many of them said, you know, I understand. I might be the president elected, but I'll let somebody else speak that's in my organization. The one or two presidents that you saw, as you saw today, they introduced somebody else. That's the kind of model we've got to have for Fusion Coalition. So I'm going to invite these presidents now. These are the peer organizations. And I want them to come. I want the tri-chairs of our Poor People's Campaign to start making. If there's some tri-chairs here, we'd like you to come to the side and come around tri-chairs because we want to get you up on the stage at the end. I hope all of you aren't sitting here. We don't want to close all of this out. But if some of them stand up, some of y'all sit down. Now, I need the presidents to honor, because folk have been standing, we know, to give your best 45 seconds. And this is what they're supposed to talk about, why we will stay together and why we must have a moral fusion movement. Today is not a day, it's a declaration. This is not an end, but a beginning. Presidents, can y'all do that? I didn't hear nobody say nothing. Now, I'm going to try to be pastor, but I will be bishop if necessary. And I'll love you all the while. But as you come in order, one person per organization. Don't come up here with two, one. Because we've got to do something that the people have to do who have been out there standing. One person, one spokesperson per organization, 45 seconds. We love you. Let's do it together.
So we got climate reality.
Forward together. So 1 minute. There's power in a minute. To quote the late, great Benjamin Mays, I have only just a minute. Only 60 seconds in it. Forced upon me, can't refuse it. Didn't seek it, didn't choose it. But it's up to me to use it. I must suffer if I lose it. Give account if I abuse it. Just a tiny little minute, but eternity is in it. My friends, eternity is in the minute we've been given. And although we like to say this is a movement, this is also our moment. When we think about the global climate crisis that threatens to push 100 million people into poverty by 2030, this is our moment. When we think about the fact that 68% of African Americans live within 30 miles of a polluting coal-fired power plant, this is our moment. And if this is our moment, if this is our movement, we must use it. Forward together.
Not one step back.
Forward together.
Not one step back.
Forward together.
Not one step back.
All right, and now Greenpeace.
Hello, sisters, brothers. My name is Tafari Gabre. I'm the Chief Program Officer at Greenpeace, and I bring you greetings from our 3 million members. Sisters and brothers, our nation is grieving. We're seeing attacks on women's rights, senseless acts of gun violence. Our planet is running out of patience with us. Extremist politicians have made it harder for brown and black people to cast their ballot. Our communities are suffocating under the weight of systemic racism and poverty, while our elected leaders are stuffing their pockets. Today, we say no more. Today, we come here to fight back. Today, we say all of us or none of us. Can you say it with me? All of us or none of us. All of us or none of us. Power to all of us.
Power to all of us. Yes, sir.
All right, now we're going to have Milpa, the Border Network, and Nakasek.
Buenas tardes. Soy Edwin Maldonado. Pertenezco a la organización Movimiento de Líderes Migrantes en Pensilvania, Milpa. En nuestro estado estamos luchando por el derecho a la movilidad con una licencia de conducir para todos. Y a nivel nacional estamos exigiéndole al gobierno una reforma integral para los más de 11 millones de personas indocumentadas en el país. Hoy quiero hablarles de la importancia de la unidad. Nosotros debemos ser como las hormigas, que son las más pequeñas en el mundo, pero dice la Biblia que en el verano trabajamos unidas almacenando comidas. Así como ellas, nosotros debemos mantenernos unidos hasta la victoria, juntos. Ni un adelante, ni un paso atrás.
All right, we've got medical attention. Y'all just look this way. There are doctors here. There are nurses here. Let them take care of it. You come this way. Don't get around them. That's what we don't do. Don't get around them. Let them breathe. They're fine. We've got a doctor here. God, we ask your blessings now. That you touch and heal in the name of our God, in the name of Christ, in the name of all that is holy. Now, y'all that are looking, turn around. We need you to turn around and leave them, let them, unless you're with that person, let the medical people take care of it. We've got plenty of security and medical people. All right. Now, you presidents, because we have somebody there, I want you to honor that, okay? Let's come up. You're talking about why we must stay together. Come on.
Our immigration laws, policies, and strategies have created a broken system that has separated more than 2,000 children from their parents at the border since 2017. It has rejected and expelled almost 1.5 million refugees and asylum seekers in the last 2 years. It has built more than 1,000 miles of border walls that send migrants to the isolated deserts and mountains where they're dying at a ratio of 1,000 per year, which equals to 3 per day. It allows 11 million immigrants in the United States to live in the shadow of poverty, oppression, and persecution. We refuse to accept this culture of abuse, terror, and poverty towards immigrants and other people of color. America is supposed to be the nation of immigrants, a melting pot, used to represent the promised land and a better future for all.
Thank you so much. Before the next one comes, President, I have to ask you something in great love. This section is supposed to be about why we must stay together. We all know we have our individual issues, but you're talking to millions of people. They've heard the issues. What they need to hear you talk about is why you are committed as your organization, not to be under the Poor People's Campaign, but at least for us to work together. That's the message right now. Can y'all give that message? Your best 45 seconds. Come on.
My name is
Jessica, and I'm from New York. I represent Minkwon Center in Flushing, a neighborhood of Queens. We are a part of the Nakasek Network, where we serve and organize Korean and Asian American immigrants. There's a significant portion of the community who are low income and undocumented, and I am one of them. Because of this, much of our community and I am faced with multiple barriers economically, socially, and politically. We affirm the rights of every person regardless of color, ability, or class, the right to live safely with their loved ones, and with access to quality education, healthcare, housing, and support. All people, young and old, Asian or Black, Latino or white, immigrant or indigenous, deserve to seek a better life and live happily. When citizenship is required for access to safety, basic resources, and dignity, it is not an option. It is a basic right. Thank you.
I'm going to have to make an adjustment because I'm honoring this brother. And I'm going to make that adjustment, and I hope folk won't be mad. I pastor Greenleaf Christian Church. And what I have seen today makes me committed to stay with all of you and to make sure my church, that's what you're supposed to be talking about. We've already heard the issues. This section is supposed to be about how we will stay together. I really love you all, but we need to say that because millions of people are hearing this. So if you could not restate the issues that your organization fights for, but state the commitment of understanding now that silos alone are not going to get it. We can have our silos, but in this moment, we better know how to fuse together. Because if the folk that are against us are together, we better be figure out, can y'all do that? The next speaker and the next ones, he's getting better. Amen. Say amen. All right, next president, please do that. Let's don't restate the issues.
Next, we have the Ubuntu Center, followed by the Transformative Justice Coalition and the Center for Constitutional Rights.
Forward together. Very simply, we stand here with the Poor People's Campaign because everybody has a right to live. Every poor body, every working class body, every Black body, every indigenous body, every Latinx body, every immigrant body, every differently abled body, every LGBTQI body, every trans body, every incarcerated body, everybody has a right to live, and we must join in this movement to fight for a way forward that honors our shared humanity. Justice demands it, nothing less of us in this moment, and our collective lives depend on it. Thank you.
Yeah. That's what we're talking about. Next president.
Hi, everyone. When our votes are under attack, what do? Stand up, fight back. Wow. 55 million of us are under attack right now. Our votes are. And it calls for every one of us to get in this fight. We need the churches to be fighting for the vote.
That's right.
We need young people to be fighting for the vote. We need lawyers to be in the courts fighting for the vote. We need everybody united, one vision. They keep trying to stop us, but they forget we are unstoppable when we unite. So we say to them right now, we will always make sure our united mission is to free the vote.
Free the vote. Free the vote. Yeah. Thank you, Barbara. Next president.
Good afternoon, beautiful people. It's so good to see all of you. I am Donita Judge, and I am the Associate Executive Director at the Center for Constitutional Rights. My colleague, Raphael, is here with me. We were here as legal observers. Without a doubt, the work that we do together to dismantle the systems of oppression that impact poor, Black, Latinx, LGBTQ, and marginalized communities is as crucial as ever today. Our partnership with communities under threat is why the Center of Constitutional Rights is able to fight injustice for more than half a century, and it is why we stand here today.
That's right.
With the Poor People's Campaign, because we know justice takes a fight.
Yes.
Justice
Takes a fight.
Forward together.
Not.
Forward together.
Yes.
All right, next we have the Freedom Center for Social Justice, the National Center for Lesbian Rights.
That's right.
And the Center for Community Change.
That's right. Come on up together.
Good afternoon. My name is Bishop Tanya Rawls, and I'm founder and executive director of the Freedom Center for Social Justice, pastor of Sacred Souls United Church of Christ, and for 23 years, partnered with my amazing wife, Gwendolyn Rawls. In 1968, Bayard Rustin, an out gay black man, stood near this very spot as a silent architect of the March on Washington led by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Today, we stand saying we won't be silent anymore.
That's right.
We came with a drum line of young people like Christopher and Tiana, elders and others, as public proclamation that LGBTQ people are a part of every community and movement represented here today. We no longer ask permission for that which is ours as citizens, members of the human family, and children of God. Black, trans women, LGBTQ people, and others need us to stand together, and we will do that until victory is won for all. Forward together.
Not one step back.
Forward together. Forward together. All right.
My name is Tyrone Hanley, and I'm the Director of Racial and Economic Justice Initiatives at the National Center for Lesbian Rights.
Yes, sir.
I'm here to say it loud and clear that queer and trans liberation means economic justice for all.
That's right.
In the end, there's only one liberation movement, and that's the one to liberate all humans and the planet from violent, oppressive systems that tear us down and apart. Growing up as a black queer kid in a poor multiracial community, I felt so ashamed about who I was. But now I know that the source of my shame is the source of my pride. Because I understand it's not us who are the problems, it's those systems that tell us that we are unworthy of love. Know that you are loved and that you are worthy of this moment and the movement that we are building. We will cultivate a new world together because our hearts demand it. I love you. We cannot be silent anymore.
Love you. Love you. Love you. Hey.
Whose street?
Our street.
Whose street?
Our street.
I would be remiss in not acknowledging the black blood that was spilled in the building and the design of these very streets that we stand on today. My name is Dewan Wash. I'm a senior organizer with Community Change.
Yes,
we are a national organization that organizes with over 100 groups around the country. We are here today to uplift that it is us, the voices of the unheard and those that are directly impacted, that must lead. Too often, our focus is shifted to those with verified Twitter profiles and advanced degrees for the answers to our community's problems. But it is us, those of us who are here today and those who organize when the cameras aren't around, that will cause and create the change that we need. I want to encourage folks who organize on a day-to-day basis, young, old, black, white, and every creed in between, to not be discouraged and to keep up the fight, because we are with you. All power to the people.
Somebody shout community change right now. Bring three more.
All right, we got the Center for Popular Democracy, the National Welfare Rights Union, and the National Coalition for the Homeless.
There it is. My sister, give it up for the National Welfare Rights Union, the first that called for a Poor People's Campaign.
Today, I'm going to say very few words for Annie, who had to leave. I work with the National Welfare Rights Union, and we have jumped on the Poor People's Campaign 20 minutes after Reverend Liz and Reverend Barbara said, this is what we're going to do.
That's right.
So we've been here a long time waiting for some of y'all, okay? All right? If you think you're poor because you're white or because you're black or because you're Latino or because you're gay or because you chose the wrong neighborhood, or you chose the wrong career, or you chose the wrong college, you chose the wrong boyfriend, you chose the wrong drug, or you chose the wrong liquor, all that's wrong. You didn't do this. This happens to you because this system hates us because we're poor. That's all right. Reverend Barbara, Reverend Lynn said we're supposed to love people. We gonna love them as we walk over their behind to get back what they took from us. This is welfare rights. You ain't got nothing else to do. Call welfare rights and we will show you how to see the world. Hallelujah.
I like that kind of walking, because these are rights. We ain't big, and these are our rights.
How you all doing? My name is Demario Cooper. I'm the co-executive director of the Center for Popular Democracy with Anna Lilia Mahayan. And I'm here on Juneteenth because I know that Juneteenth signifies the day that people who were enslaved were found out that they were free. Something that was impossible for them to even imagine at the time. Right? And then 10 years later, for the next 10 years, we had a time called Reconstruction when the federal government invested in black lives. They created the Freedoms Bureau. They created free schools. And then after that, conservatives and Confederates who had power came back and took that democracy from them. They stole it from them. Today, we are at the end of a time when black people and brown people's political power have rose, and we seeing those same Confederates reform to try to steal our democracy. And we here because we know we need all of y'all to protect it. All of us to protect it.
That's right, all of us.
Namaste. Look around for a moment. Feel the collective power today. Do you feel it? This is what moral solidarity looks like. I am the president of the National Coalition for the Homeless, Dr. Rajni Shankar Brown, and a professor at Stetson University. I want to call on all of us to intersectionally bring our movements together.
That's right.
To fight injustice. To break down the hierarchies. Sexism, racism, classism, heterosexism, linguistic imperialism, religious nationalism, environmental exploitation. That is going to be a collective fight.
That's right.
Dr. King said, the moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice. Well, today, we are bending.
That's right.
We need to continue to come together with collective revolutionary love and continue to bend the arc.
Bend the arc.
Om Shanti. Namaste. Onwards, upwards, forward together.
Not one step back.
Housing justice.
Got 3 more groups.
All right, Common Defense, Code Pink, Legal Defense Fund, and Community First Solutions.
Tell people to stop coming in close. You're still here, come on in.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kyle Bibby. I'm a former Marine Corps infantry captain, an Afghanistan war veteran, and I'm the National Campaigns Manager for Common Defense. We're the nation's largest grassroots veterans organization. And I'm here in solidarity with all of you today and the Poor People's Campaign, demanding that we end our endless wars around the world and reinvest in our communities. A job that we can only do if we work in solidarity with one another. I've witnessed firsthand how our national priorities have left millions behind. Over 20 years, we spent over $21 trillion militarizing our nation internationally and domestically. Despite the trillions that we spent, everyday veterans in our communities do not see that benefit. For years, we've been told that 22 veterans commit suicide a day. That pain that leads to that sort of torment does not appear out of thin air. Much of it comes from the same wars that we overfunded. And that's why we have to unite as working people in this movement, because every dollar that we spend on endless wars does not go to our communities. It goes to destroy communities overseas. It's not spent on universal health care, affordable housing, or educating our youth. So I'm here today with Common Defense in solidarity with you all, demanding that our leaders make different choices, and we have to hold them accountable.
That's right.
Forward together.
That's right. And you saw his powerful video earlier today.
Hello, everyone. My name is Danica. I'm from Code Pink.
Say it, Code Pink. Where are the Code Pink at? All right, Code Pink.
We're here because I know that we all deserve better. And Code Pink is here because we know that winning our fight means you all winning yours. Last year, we gave $800 billion to the military. $800 billion for the military, and we have nothing even close to universal health care. $800 billion for the military, and Flint, Michigan still doesn't have clean water. $800 billion, and we get crumbs. We get less than crumbs. I see every one of your faces, and I know you deserve more. I know we deserve better. As Code Pink, as someone who is a part of the anti-war movement, I know that my efforts to tear down the war machine are directly linked to the fights for unions, universal health care, abolition, reparations, a free Palestine, climate justice, and everything that we represent here today. We greatly outnumber the oligarchs that think it's them that get to decide our future. But we'll win because the power is with us, not them.
That's right. Wait a minute. Say that. Come back, my sister. You can't drop that in here and not repeat it. Say the power.
The power
rests with us.
Rests with us.
And not them.
And not them.
The power.
The power
rests with us.
Rests with us.
And not them.
And not them.
Thank you, my sister. This is the brand new baddest sister on the block. The new president. You ain't the new president.
I'm not.
She need to be the president. But she representing the president of the legal NAACP Legal Defense Fund. The president couldn't be here, but she sent this sister, and we're glad to have you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Hello. I am Cece Huddleston with the Legal Defense Fund, and I also have Caitlin Swain with me from Forward Justice. And I want to make sure we give honor to Justice Thurgood Marshall, who founded my organization, and again, our new president and director counsel, Janae Nelson. So there are so many familiar faces because just back in 2020, Poor People's Campaign, LDF, and Forward Justice ignited 1,300 volunteer poll monitors in states like Mississippi, Alabama, my home state of Detroit, Michigan. What's up? And we ignited all these volunteers to report on voter suppression, voter intimidation, because our goal is and will always be to expand access to the ballot. So I challenge you and I encourage everyone to vote in every level, local, county, prosecutor, school board election, because they are trying to take our voice away from us, and we won't do that, right? Because one step forward, oh, Jesus Christ.
That's all right.
That's okay.
Forward
together.
One
Forward
step
together.
Not one step back.
Forward together.
Not one step back.
Forward together.
Not one step back.
And that begins with our power to vote, because voting is the preservative of all rights. Thank you all so much.
You can't. We pick up stuff around here. Say voting rights.
Voting rights
are the preservative. Of all other rights.
Of all of the rights.
Give it up. Give it up.
Thank you.
Our last organization. This is a new organization. I met this brother some years ago. He's one hell of an organizer. He always keeps it clear. Kevin Miles has come with us today with this new group to hook up with all that we're doing. Brother Kevin, you want to introduce somebody?
Hello, everyone. I am so nervous to be here. I'm going to be honest.
Y'all make her feel welcome. Come on. Come on.
But let me just share, I'm not as nervous as the millions of people who can't afford a new apartment. I'm nervous, but I'm not as nervous as the millions of people that are about to be evicted. My name is Kadada Esmera Gray, and I am here on behalf of Community First Solutions, and we are movement strategists. The Reverend has asked us to say, why do we need to stand together? We need to stand together because we have been redlined, outlined,
that's right,
out of our own history, out of our generational wealth, as well as we can't even live where we want to live. I don't want to take up too much time, but I do know if we stand together, we fight together, we do this together. We need to start marching 24 hours a day. 24 hours a day. If we need to do it in shifts, we know about shift work.
That's right.
We know how to do it, brothers and sisters. Forward together.
Thank you. So I like what she just said. Let's say, if we need to do it in shift work, say we know about shift work.
We know about shift work.
We've been redlined.
We've been redlined.
And outlined.
And outlined.
Now it's time to break the line. Let's give it up. Let's give it up.
Now, I want to ask the policy chairs and the tri-chairs from the states to come on the stage and the ensemble to get ready. We got work to do, y'all. We got work to do. That's what this day is, a declaration. We got to go back and demand that every politician acknowledge the 140 million. See, that's where the whole conversation gets off in the first place. They claim it's only 39 million. Say no more. We've got to go back and demand and find these politicians, I don't care what party they are, and push them on this third Reconstruction agenda, and you can find it at www.poorpeoplescampaign.org. We cannot walk away from the right to vote. They want you to do that because they know how powerful it is. And they know how powerful it is if poor and low wealth people decide that we are going to move in a massive way. So we must go back and decide that we're going to mobilize communities and vote in every election. Don't let anybody tell you anything is already decided, because they haven't heard from us yet. And we got to do it. How many of you going to go back in every community, and poor and low wealth community, and tell them there's a movement afoot? And we got to vote our own interests. And sometimes you got to vote for the person close enough to you and then get them in office and then make them go all the way. This ain't an exact science, y'all. You ain't voting for Jesus. You hear what I'm saying? And we demand what? A White House meeting, not with Liz and me and some leaders, but with poor and low wealth people at the table, and religious leaders and economists. And how many of you, when we call for 100 buses, 50 people on those buses in September, to come and join 100 economists, to come and do it all day, every day, walk in throughout the Congress and all these buildings in September, you'll join us. Because from here, we only intensify. And we say to America, you got 2 years. 2 years to do some fundamental change in living wages and raising child income tax credit and health care, or we will be back not just in D.C., but every street and every back road of America with massive nonviolent civil disobedience rooted in love and truth. But we're not taking no for an answer, and we won't be silent anymore. Can I hear it? Now, we've got policy groups here, EPI, Economic Policy, IPS, and others. I'm going to ask them not to stand down, but I want them to hold their hands up. I want to tell you how important they are. The worst thing you can do in a movement is be loud and wrong. To be loud and not have a footnote. To say stuff and they can critique you. To not have your numbers right. You got to have that. All of the policy folk, raise your hands. These people have committed resources so that when we ride deep. When we talk sure. When we speak clear. And when we go in a room, they can't fool us with alternative information. Am I right about it, policy? We promised them that if they would keep writing and researching, we would build you an army right here in America. And the army is here. Now, some folk have had to leave. We hear there were upwards of 150,000 people and millions online. But some folk had 12 hours to drive. If there are any state chairs come on the stage, because now we got a closing. And the closing is simply this. You can put that away. The closing is simply this. There's an army rising. And it's going to break. Just take that off. There's an army rising. Come take this from Liz. She can't lift her hands with that in it. Y'all believe there's an army rising? Look at your neighbor and say, there's a nonviolent, truth-telling, powerful, moral fusion. Ain't gonna be silent. Ain't going nowhere. Army rising. I'm in it. I'm suited up. I'm ready. And we are gonna break every chain. Stand up all over this place. Grab, if you want to, COVID safe, hook up with somebody in the elbow, all over this place, all the way down to 14th Street if you're still here. And our closing, look at somebody that doesn't look like you and tell them, I'm glad to be in the army with you. Those of you that got gray hair, God has kept you alive for one more fight. Those of you that are middle-aged like me, God is telling you to fight because you're living off the fights of other people. And those of you that are young, God is saying it's time for you to sign up. But we all in it together. And can't nobody tell you you can't get in this army because of who you love, or because of the color of your skin, or because of what religion you have or don't have. Because all you got to be, and all you got to be to get in this army is a human being, created by a mighty creator. All you got to be is somebody that wants to do justice and drive the land to repentance so we can have reconstruction and revolution and revival. Are you in the army? And how many of you will promise, if some of us fall, you'll keep marching? If some of us go down, you know I've been wrestling with death a lot. Because during the pandemic, I have an immune deficiency. And I had one family lost 12 members in my church, and one young lady lost 25 members of her family in this movement in a 30-mile radius. And one day, Erica, I got like Howard Thurman. It was messing with me bad. And I went walking, and I started musing, and I said, God, why am I still here? Because I have immune deficiency. I know I've been around COVID. The people that die aren't worse than me. I'm not better than them. And I struggled with that, the guilt of it. And then another day, the Spirit said to me, wrong question. The question is never why are you still here? Because the day you were born, somebody died. That very day, you could have died that day. You faced death, danger seen and unseen. But the question is, what are you going to do since you're still here? And if we have not found out anything during COVID, we should have found out that air and breathing is a commodity. And you ain't got but 6 minutes before death. Everybody out here that I'm looking at, if you stop breathing for 6 minutes, most of us, that's it. But maybe the question is not how long we've got to breathe, but what we're going to do while we're still breathing. Whether we got 6 minutes or 6 hours, Liz, or 6 days, or 6 weeks, or 6 months, or 6 years, or 60 years. How many of you will look at your neighbor and say, as long as I got to breathe, I'm going to use my breath to breathe a little more justice and more love and more truth in this society. It is not a happenstance. I speak to you now prophetically because we didn't know how hot it was going to be. We didn't know if it was going to rain. But it is not a happenstance that the wind has been blowing all day long. Because I read a Bible that says
they got together. Oh, hallelujah. On one accord, a mighty rushing wind came. And with all of us breathing, we are a fresh air. We are like a glorious, powerful hurricane. And with our breaths, we can reshape everything unjust in this world and in this society and breathe with God's help into existence a new reality. Will you join the army that will use every breath we have for the cause of justice? Let us sing together. Let us love together. Let us stay together. If you're online, text that number right there and join the movement. We are black. We are white. We are brown. We are native. We are Asian. We're gay. We're straight. We're trans. We're young. We're old. We're Democrat. We're Republican. We're independents. We are everybody. And we ain't going nowhere. And we ain't gonna stop breathing until there's a fresh air of justice in the land. God bless you. And I love you. Give a hand for all the staff. Give a hand for all the people that work hard. Hold on one second. And all the staff, y'all come on up here. Team of Kairos and Repairer. They're watching y'all on C-SPAN. They're watching all over. Lift your hands in the air. Wave them. Let the wind blow. Let the army march. It's our time. Sing it.